Welcome, everybody. Finally, we're back. We are here. Finally, we're here, and finally, we're here. Welcome, everybody. Finally, we're back. We are here. Finally, we're here, and welcome to the Future of Retail Festival. Future Retail Festival is being designed around three kind of key pillars: store experience design, DTC playbook, and e-commerce and e-selling. And each of those themes have been kind of researched by the team at PSFK, and we've used that research to help kind of curate the speakers, decide the sessions, and I think it helps us create a slightly differentiated event, and I hope you agree. Yesterday we talked about store experience design and how we need to kind of reflect and respond to the current times. Both in terms of safety and security, and also about inclusivity. Tomorrow we'll talk about DTC and the disruption of the retail channel for brands and how we can overcome that. And today, we all know that we need to brush up our e-commerce skills as the channel, again, our offline channel gets disrupted, how we can sell better, more online. So we're going to start the day with this framework session from Scott Latchett, who's the partner who runs research and strategy at PSFK, and his colleague Lauren Lyons. And they're going to take you through kind of trends that we see happening when it comes to e-commerce and e-selling. If you like this session, or you like any of the sessions on this stage today, make sure you subscribe to the account, and you'll get notified when we edit the videos and we put them up. Okay, so please welcome Scott and Lauren.
Hey, good morning / good afternoon, everyone, depending on where you are joining. My name is Scott Latchett. I'm a partner at PSFK, as Piers mentioned, and I lead the research and strategy. I am joined today by my colleague Lauren Lyons, who's a strategist on my team, and we're excited to share a piece of research that Piers alluded to, which is the live e-commerce report that we put together. All of this is related to the specific situation that we find ourselves in currently, which I think the quickest way to sort of think about things is a lot of these behaviors were already somewhat established within the marketplace, but ultimately we're seeing things being quite accelerated in terms of how new people are adopting these behaviors. If you think about folks like my parents who are in their 70s who have now started shopping online and downloading mobile apps, I think that's a great metaphor for sort of where we're at. Within the context of the research that we're going to be sharing with you, we're going to look at some of the sort of accelerating consumer behaviors and then dive right into the trends. We have 8 trends and a number of leading examples from the marketplace that will help showcase how these ideas are coming to life. So let's go ahead and get started here. Some of these things I think are going to be very straightforward and probably things we're already involved in right now, but needless to say, people are spending way more time online. A lot of that is out of necessity, without being able to leave the house and do the sort of normal things in our lives. We're streaming way more content. We're using social media more than ever before. And as a result, we're looking for things to do within the context of these channels that are available to us. As digital has become the primary and sort of only way that we're ultimately able to sort of interact with one another, that shopping to shift to e-commerce has only accelerated. And certainly some of that will shift back to normal as more stores open up and the sort of new normal, as they say, is taken place, but I think a lot of these behaviors will remain afterwards. Social media always has been growing as a means of inspiration and discovery for consumers, and that continues to grow and accelerate. And I think what we're seeing is this is an important channel in terms of how people are finding new brands, how people are seeking inspiration in terms of those shopping behaviors, and the sort of notion of social selling, which has been around for a while, is now finally feels like it's become established and is ready to take off. I think as well, we're seeing this sort of desire amongst consumers to seek out live media experiences, everything from entertainment to socialization, and then ultimately thinking about what that means for the way that people shop online. Live streaming is certainly a behavior that is beginning to really sort of take shape and become a great opportunity as well. As mentioned, live streaming is something that has become a new priority. It's personal, it's interactive, it provides that layer of instant gratification. There's social aspects to it, and brands that are really sort of tapping in are finding success with that as well. And this is something we'll dive into a little bit more as we continue. And then, finally, I think we see that people are gravitating towards trusted information. With all the information that's sort of out there, people are ultimately looking for experts as well as, their sort of peers and communities as, ways for them to access information and find out what the best of everything is out there as well. As mentioned, we're going to be highlighting 8 trends. These are loosely organized around the digital path to purchase. So without further ado, let's sort of dive in here. So the first trend that we're going to talk about is what we're calling shoppable inspiration. I've been reading a lot recently online about people sort of predicting that entertainment channels, things like Netflix, Disney Plus, Hulu, Amazon, these sort of streaming media channels will ultimately be a huge and growing conduit for the way people sort of come to shop. I think in the interim, what we're seeing is some of that starting to take shape, where what would be sort of lean back media occasions, whether that's through social media or more traditional channels like sort of TV, are turning into sort of lean forward discovery occasions, and ultimately transitioning into that sort of purchase path or purchase opportunity for consumers.
So one way we're seeing this idea of shoppable content evolve is with Instagram teaming up with Chow Now. What's interesting here is Instagram has been able to reposition its shoppable capabilities for the restaurant industry as social distancing began and takeout or delivery were kind of the only real way for restaurants to function. So by teaming up with Chow Now, which is an online ordering platform, restaurants were able to add linked stickers to their Instagram stories. And those stickers would take consumers directly to their page where they could purchase gift cards, pre-filled food orders, or merchandise. And ultimately, this helped consumers more readily support restaurants, but it also opened up this new channel for restaurants to gain or interact directly with their consumers.
Yeah, and I think this is super interesting. I mean, obviously, food imagery is something that people really gravitate towards, and both as a sort of inspiration point, as well as opportunities to sort of discover new recipes and things like that. And so I think it's a natural transition point or aspiration point to turn that into something that's shoppable. and certainly within the context of restaurants, but you can imagine this sort of going in a lot of different directions, whether that's content like cookbooks or grocery shopping and sort of all of the above. And Instagram is certainly continuing to kind of push forward with the ways that this platform can interact.
And then just another example here. This is how we're seeing shoppable content really evolve. And here we're talking about NBC's NBC Checkout. So when viewers or readers are interacting with any of the media companies' articles, videos, ads, they're actually able to directly purchase products they encounter within them without being redirected to a seller's site. So with this example, the interesting thing is that there's an element of direct to consumer for the media company, but there's also this seamless efficiency that they're able to provide their viewers as a shopping experience.
Yeah, and this is interesting. I mean, it's still, you know, as you can see, especially in the above photo, there's still some sort of education that needs to happen within the context of the consumer. Learning that, you know, they need to pull out their phone and actually scan the code that appears on the screen. So it's getting closer to being sort of an elegant solution right now. We'll see how this gets adopted and what ultimately ends up happening here. But I think it's quite interesting to see the potential of something like this to naturally sort of transition from, again, lean back to lean forward here. As alluded to at the beginning, you know, certainly live streaming has been something that continues to grow. You know, the behavior has become most established within the Chinese marketplace around some of their big shopping festivals, particularly Singles Day, which happens in November. But there's a lot of interesting things that happen here. Again, this is specifically created content that is intended for selling. A lot of times it involves celebrities. There can be other sort of entertainment that's sort of brought in alongside of that. Key opinion leaders or influencers are also tend to be involved. There's a level of interactivity, there's education, there's a lot that can happen within the context of this. And depending on how sort of programmed in advance, you know, it certainly can also be tied into things like product drops and product releases as well.
So as an update to Snapchat's original programming, they have a new shoppable series called The Drop, featuring limited edition streetwear from a host of designers and celebrities. And how it works is Snapchatters are able to tune in, learn about items that will be on sale, and find out what time they will be available. At that designated time, consumers can come back and access and purchase limited edition items. An interesting part of this is that everything that is available through The Drop is exclusive to Snapchat's The Drop. So it's an interesting way to create this ongoing shopping event for the social media app.
Yeah, and this is a partnership with Network, who we've spoken about in the past at various events, and you know, I think this is really interesting to see again how these sort of like pre-programmed events, you know, really kind of build that buzz. There's a level of sort of talk show format that's associated with this. And then, as Lauren mentioned, that sort of level of limited edition or exclusivity there as well.
And so with JD.com, this example with live streaming in China is already a really big part of their shopping culture. But with COVID lockdowns and social distancing, JD.com, which is one of China's largest online retailers, they were actually able to partner with farmers across the country, help them live stream with potential shoppers and show off everything from fresh produce to flowers via the JD Live app. And so what's great here is that JD.com was also able to help these farmers with completing orders and fulfillment by offering them access to their delivery network.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible once you sort of think about this becoming such an embedded behavior that you can do it from, you know, for things like food items. And so this is really interesting to see where this will continue to go. One of the things that, again, is something that we've been seeing, but perhaps hasn't totally sort of sorted itself out, is what we're calling the sort of notion of virtual window shopping. And the idea here is that sort of casual browsing that can happen when you're walking into a store and you don't necessarily have something in mind. Certainly that can exist as consumers kind of scroll through websites, but it loses a bit of that sort of serendipity and surprise. So we're seeing new ways that different retailers and brands are starting to sort of experiment with ways that sort of casual browsing can exist within the context of a sort of remote or virtual context.
So as an innovative example of how you can translate the in-store experience online, this fashion label was able to launch virtual storefronts via Zoom, and customers were able to join Zoom waiting rooms. And while in there, an associate would be able to meet them, walk them through the store, and offer just an added level of insight into each product, all from within the store. So an interesting way of kind of connecting what would have been a traditional in-store shopping experience to the online world.
Yeah, and this was something that came up yesterday. I think there's, regardless of what ends up happening as we sort of emerge into a more sort of normal kind of shopping context, I think these virtual sort of shopping sessions can still exist and have a lot of merit. And I think it sort of creates an interesting opportunity to consider the store as a sort of, media studio or content studio, and how you actually sort of train up your associates to have these engagements with customers.
And here, French fashion label Dior, they were actually able to partner with Obsess, which is a VR developer that helps apparel and beauty brands to create virtual and shoppable replications of their store. So within this Dior's VR store, users are able to move around, they're able to interact with products, and then they're also able to complete purchases.
Yeah, so this is, again, more of that sort of, it's like the Google Maps for in-store. I think if done correctly, this is quite an interesting way. I mean, you can still see the sort of traditional merchandising of behaviors, and it really is intended to kind of replicate that sort of browsing in store, and create some interesting opportunities. So we'll see where this sort of leads, and what the uptick of this is in terms of that sort of general e-commerce experience. Certainly within the context of online shopping, this notion of the augmented try-on is something that has existed for a long time. I do think there's something to be said for how this can create additional confidence within the context of shoppers who are looking at things online, but as well and reduce some of the return idea here. So let's look at some of the examples of how this is playing out.
So one way that AR just keeps becoming more and more usable and user-friendly, Sony rolled out this app, Envision TV AR app, where it's pretty self-explanatory, but users are able to use the app, virtually see how a Sony product would look in their home, down to all of the specs and dimensions, and then know for sure and have that confidence when they go to purchase the item that how it's going to look and that it'll be a seamless fit in their home. And then with this is a cool example as well, and I think we have a video to show with it.
You can feel free to talk over it as well, Lauren, a little bit.
So this is from Super Personal, and by using a combination of machine learning and then also from different inputs, user input data, as far as like a user or a consumer's weight, height, any other physical attributes they want to include, this company is actually able to create a virtual avatar for you. You also submit head movements to make it a little more lifelike, and it makes it so that you can actually see how clothes will look on you in real life.
Registration, and also the results.
Yeah, this is, I think this is cool because obviously then, you know, there's something about creating this sort of digital twin of, you know, you as a consumer, and or, you know, this is something that exists in the marketplace to a degree where, you know, once you have that sort of virtual representation of yourself, then you can begin to sort of experiment with, you know, trying on and testing out different products and the like.
Tried wearing, and generally exploring more options and making the shopping experience.
Another thing that we think is quite interesting here is this notion of, you know, the sort of pre-shopping personalization, which doesn't necessarily have to be about personalized product, but can be about recommendations that are based on a set of questions or consumer needs, and that can be tied into a lot of interesting ways to again ensure that consumers are ultimately getting the right product for themselves as they're shopping online.
So here we have a platform called Curated, and how it works is consumers answer a series of questions, and then they're connected with an expert based on what they're interested in shopping, whether it's for certain activities like cycling, rock climbing, hiking. And so once they connect with that expert, they're able to chat about what their preferences are, what they're looking for exactly. That expert is then able to shop for them, offer links to products that they think would be best suited, and basically just help them along the shopper journey and offer that, you know, like expert advice all along the way. And then here we have Sunday. This is a lawn care startup that offers subscribers this personalized lawn kits. So subscribers are able to send in some soil from their yard. Sunday is then able to analyze it based on where the user is located and weather patterns, data like that. And then they're able to ship back a personalized lawn care kit for them.
I know we're running short on time, so I'm going to keep zooming forward. Certainly within the context of the online shopping experience is this notion of by appointment shopping, which I think is quite interesting. There's a lot of different ways that brands are starting to tap into this. In some instances, sending product along to consumers and then having a styling session as a part of that, and or again, sort of scheduling an appointment to learn exactly what a consumer is interested in, and then making sure that they're getting the best recommendation before sharing that product with them as well.
And then just really quickly, this example is from Nora Gardner, and how it works is users are actually able to go online, look through a lookbook, and have a couple different styles shipped to their home. They then are able to schedule an appointment with an associate from Nora Gardner. They hop on a Zoom together, they try on the clothes, they get some instant feedback on how everything looks, if they need a different size, what might work better. And then they're able to try or purchase what was sent to them or send back for other options as well. And then this is from Cadillac, and this is a service that they're calling Cadillac Live, which is an online showroom. So if you're interested in checking out a new car, but you don't feel comfortable going to a showroom right now, you're able to instantly connect with someone who is there. They can show you around, they can show off a car, and then also help you schedule a in-person driving test as well at a later date.
I'm gonna skip over this quickly. The peer-to-peer notion has come up a bit in the context of this. There's some interesting examples of how that's manifesting within the marketplace. I think maybe perhaps I'll just quickly talk about Squatted, which is a brand new shopping party extension, which essentially is bringing that idea of going shopping with friends, but replicating that online. In this case, this is a browser extension, which can be used in partner stores, things like ASOS and Boohoo, Pretty Little Thing. Shoppers basically like create appointments with their friends, and then as they choose items, they can get recommendations and get advice from their friends as they're shopping. And then the final thing we wanted to talk about is this notion of post-purchase, which is equally important within the context of that sort of end-to-end shopping experience, but how some of these new technologies are enabling that level of support and care to help people get onboarded with products properly and or troubleshoot as potential problems arise. And we'll quickly show an example here. This is from Lowe's. They just recently launched this brand new
we know the way you work has changed.
Tool
That's why
called
Lowe's
Job
is working
Site, which
harder
I'll
than
let
ever to keep
it
pros
speak for
working.
itself here
Like
for a
the
minute.
new Lowe's for Pros job site, powered by Stream. It's designed to help pros like you work even when you aren't on the job. You can guide customers around the work site, sketch to highlight points of interest, capture images, and even automatically detect serial numbers. That means you can reach more customers in more places from wherever you need to be. Lowe's for Pros job site, free to use through October 31st. It's just one more reason.
Amazing. So that will end us off. I know a version of this will be made available to everyone. So thank you for following along. Hopefully there was some interesting inspiration there for you, and look forward to seeing you throughout the day. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Lauren. Yeah, there's going to be a couple more presentations for Scott later today, and Lauren will be interviewing Josh from Lowe's as well. So it's good to end on that video, but I appreciate your time. I'm sorry you had to rush you off, but we have a lot of great talks, and I'm looking forward to the next session. So you all know that the gaming is bigger than ever, and we've started to see a lot of experimentations when it comes to e-commerce, e-fashion, and other experiences. I wanted to explore this kind of emerging area. It's funny it's called gaming emerging, but I guess the intersection of e-commerce and gaming is super interesting. And so I asked Jamin to come along. Jamin runs 256, which is a strategic consultancy that helps brands and retailers like yourselves understand how to connect with gamers. And I just asked him to come along and talk a little bit about the opportunity and what's happening out there. So please welcome Jamin.
Hi, hello everybody. Thanks for joining me today. Let me share my screen here. All right, great. Let's get started. So my name is Jamin Warren. I run a strategic consultancy called 256, and I'm very flattered to be here today to talk to you all about the relationship between gaming, marketing to gamers, and also gaming as a marketing channel. I've got a couple things that we're going to go through today. I'm going to give you a little bit of a lay of the land. I'll give you an introduction to myself. We'll talk a little bit about the distinction between gamer and gaming, as well as a framework that we use to help understand what's happening in the world of games. We'll talk a little bit about Animal Crossing, Fortnite, and then I will give you some tips for engaging in the space. So a little bit about me and how I got started. I initially was hired by the Wall Street Journal. I was a music reporter before that. I covered arts and entertainment for the Journal for a bunch of different years. You can see there on the top left-hand side some of my early work back when Facebook was an upstart of only 20 million users. I was tracking them along with other future social media giants in the space. Including the first time that Facebook changed its newsfeed. Obviously, the implications there have been very, very big. But a lot of what I was asked to do was to move upstream. So I was a culture reporter. I didn't work on the business side. And so I was often looking at things that were happening out in the world. And so my editors would ask me, they would say, hey, look, something's coming down the pike. You should try to pay attention to it and then try to figure out why those things are happening. So I wrote the first story about the fellow on the left, Thomas Tull, who was a executive. He was a banking executive from Pittsburgh who moved to Los Angeles because he loved comic book movies, and he started a company called Legendary Entertainment that did the first Batman movies, which are widely regarded as rebooting the comic book movie approach. And so obviously that's a huge industry right now. And I was interested who was the person who was responsible for driving that. I also had to, convince the folks in the IT department to move the firewall so that I could watch a Second Life blood drive. Second Life is still around, still very, very popular. It makes a lot of money. So these things often exist for a longer period of time. But the period that I was writing was a really formative one. Games at that time were already a commercial force. They were already generating billions of dollars, but they didn't have the cultural cachet that I found in other entertainment mediums. So there are a couple of things that are happening that actually set the stage for the way that we think about games today. In 2005, Microsoft released its Xbox 360. And then a year later, not quite a year later, a couple months later, Sony's PlayStation 3 and the Nintendo Wii came out, and this blew up the world of gaming, millions of units sold. Then Grand Theft Auto 4 started what is now an annual tradition of a video game previously eclipsing box office sales records. Grand Theft Auto 4 broke that in 24 hours. And then Apple launched its App Store, which was a really big deal for the world of games. Suddenly it really introduced the idea of mobile gaming, which is half of the market today. And that was just started a bit over 10 years ago. Facebook also launched gaming. And then Minecraft, which was started by a independent game developer in Sweden, working on the game in his free time before selling not too much long later for $4 billion to Microsoft. And then Angry Birds, which was sort of rode the wave of app stores. So I felt like as a culture reporter, hey, look, we should be doing stuff in the world of games. I'm covering all of these different facets of culture. Gaming should really be one of them. Unfortunately, my editor didn't see things quite the same way. So he said, I don't get this video game thing. They ushered me off to cover television. This is right when peak prestige TV was starting, another cultural backwater, apparently. But I thought, as a disgruntled 20-something, hey, something's really happening in the world of games. I can go out and do this myself, so I should really give it a try. I initially started a media organization called Kill Screen. It's a video game arts and culture organization. It still runs today, but that was my first foray into the world of video games. We initially started with a magazine. It was actually how I crossed paths with peers early on, working as media folks in New York City. We did the first ever arcade at the Museum of Modern Art. And so we did a lot of things in the arts and culture side, trying to convince the world that play matters. One of the things I'm most proud of is that we were cited in the Supreme Court decision that declared video games were a form of free speech. So gaming has always been a really near and dear piece of the way that I view the world. We started getting more calls from brands and agencies that were interested in what we do. They were interested in the world of games, and they were trying to figure out how to get started. So I started a strategic consultancy called 256. We help brands reach gamers as customers. We work with a lot of different folks, but we focus a lot on the consumer electronics, technology, hardware and equipment, software and services. But we've done a lot of different things in this space, really trying to help clients think through how they should be approaching the world of games. Um, a lot of our clients, they really struggle with reaching gamers with an authentic and natural voice. I'll talk about this in just a second, but they're motivated by tapping into gaming, the gaming side of their existing audience, or finding a familiar customer in the world of gaming. And so what separates us is, that long history that I showed you, but also the framework for understanding like how games move and move out into the world. So, the approach now for me, the question I get asked more often is, help me get this video game thing. So one of the things that we really encourage clients to do is distinguish between gaming as an activity versus gaming as an identity. I know that sounds like a really simple concept, but it's really, really important. So if you think of gaming as an activity, you're answering the question, do you play games? And that's a very straightforward question. It's like a yes or no. When you look up gamer in Merriam-Webster's dictionary, it defines it as someone who plays games. So you might be someone who on the left-hand side plays Valorant, a very popular multiplayer first-person shooter game that was released by Riot Games, one of the biggest PC game makers on the planet. It's sweeping up the Twitch charts right now. And on the right-hand side, you have Solitaire. You may not know this, but during the shelter-in-place orders, Microsoft's casual games division has posted record numbers. So lots of people are spending time in the activity of playing games. But if you ask people, are you a gamer? That's a separate question. They may not necessarily self-identify as a gamer. And the reasons, there are lots of reasons, why this might be. Some of it might be, some of it might be you don't look like the person on the left that's a popular streamer named TSM Myth, because you're, Grace and Frankie on the right. So it creates a lot of really unique marketing challenges for us as we're trying to distinguish how we should reach folks in that space. Additionally, gaming is not just one thing. Again, this I think is very important, and it's often confusing for lots of folks when they're stepping into the space for the first time. I took a quick assessment of all the things that have been happening in the world of games just over the past week, so the past 7 or 8 days. Some of you may know this, but it's been a really big and important week for the world of gaming. The Last of Us 2, giant video game, came out to acclaim. It was covered in the Washington Post and a bunch of other places. Niantic, the folks behind Pokemon Go, announced a deal with Punch Drunk, who does the immersive theater experience. Sleep No More, they're going to be working on stuff together. Grand Theft Auto Online, many of you, I'm sure, don't step into that space. Over 100 million users for that title. It's a free-to-play experience that's been making a lot of waves right now. Twitch, one of the biggest streaming platforms on the planet, banned the president of the United States. Discord, another chat app, 200 million users, just making a pivot towards going more open-ended. They want to attract people who are not just gamers. Mixer, which was Microsoft's approach to the world of games, they shut it down, sold it to Facebook Gaming. The Me Too movement has finally come to video games really just in the last week and a half. Disco Elysium, which is an independent game done by a set of Estonian developers, was optioned for a movie by the folks who made Sonic the Hedgehog. And to cap it all off, Gucci and an esports team called Fnatic, they released a watch together. A lot of stuff that's going on in the world of games. And so it can be really difficult to figure out, how should I make steps in? So what we encourage clients to do is we adopt this framework. It's really helpful for thinking about all the things that are happening in the world of games. And we divide gaming into 3 different levels. The first level is play. That's at the core of the gaming experience. This level encompasses everything that happens in the game. This is probably the place that most people are familiar with if they've touched a video game at some point. The next level is share. And so that represents the community that develops around the appreciation of games. Conversation and communication naturally form around a game. So whether that's through chatting with teammates on an app like Discord, that could be watching gameplay on Twitch, it could be laughing about memes on Reddit, but sharing that experience in a community environment is unique to games. And games often have their own platforms that really take advantage of some of the unique interactive elements of games. The final level is experience. And so this is where players interact with games in the physical world. This obviously has changed a lot over the last couple months as many of us are indoors due to shelter in place. But this is a place where players encounter the games they play in real life contexts outside of the digital space. So this might happen through a billboard, gaming conventions. Many of these things obviously are happening virtually at this point, but there's an outer ring, which is really important to engage in. These 3 layers, they basically align with different channels, which can make it very helpful when you're thinking about how to go about spending dollars, when you're thinking about how to engage in the gaming space. So you've got in-game marketing, which I'll talk about in Aver Games, that share level, and then the experience level as well. And so what that does is it takes this really big world of games and it's able to push it through these 3 different lenses. So play, share, and experience. When you organize it like this, it's much, much easier to apply pressure. And that's really important when you're looking at the world of games and trying to figure out, what should I be doing there? I'm hearing a lot about it. I want to do something interesting and unique, but I'm not quite sure where I should start. And so one of the things that we do with clients, we do a scorecard for them. My financial advisor says, you can do anything, but you can't do everything. So that's one place where we're often helpful. All right. So I would like to talk about, let's talk about that play level, because I'm sure that's why many of you are here, to talk about Animal Crossing and Fortnite. And so I want to talk about that inner ring, really, really important space, that play layer. So one of the big questions that you might have is like, why market with games? If you're doing something at that play level with video games as a product and property, what's the rationale for doing that? The biggest reason is that the gaming industry and player base has grown year over year. It's up 67%. 67% of Americans play video games, up from 2018 to 2019. According to the Bureau of Labor of Statistics, the amount of time Americans spend playing video games and board games, that's increased 50% since 2003. The video game industry was expected to reach over $150 billion last year. And for context, that's bigger than the worldwide film box office. That's bigger than music streaming. That's bigger than the NFL, NBA, MLB, and NHL combined. Obviously, this is pre-COVID. And so the growth in those figures has obviously grown since then. So really important, that's where your audience is. That should be the most important thing that you're looking to do. Despite the prevalent view that gamers are young, basically just young men, gamers are also really diverse. So 46% of gamers in the US identify as women, 21% are over the age of 50. So there's definitely something for everybody. It's not just one particular person. The second big reason is that video games, unlike other advertising spaces or other places where you might be engaging with consumers, it requires active focus. So the audience isn't just like scrolling around or flipping through something on a mobile app, they're actively engaged. Average gaming session that lasts an hour and 22 minutes. And reports estimate that players are in game for an average of 7 to 12 hours a week. So as a point of comparison, Americans aged 18 to 24 only spend about 2 hours watching TV. So when you're figuring out where you should be applying pressure, it's very easy to go to a place where somebody's spending a lot of time. The last reason is that advertisements in that play layer in games, those are functionally different from those in like other types of media. So while a viewer might spot a product in a movie one time, a player will come across a video billboard, for example, multiple times in a single gaming session. And so that repeated exposure is really important. You get higher rates of recall and brand recognition as well. Fortunately or unfortunately, there are so many options for things that you can do in the world of games. So again, looking just at that play level, looking just at the game's experiences as well. So those are in-game advertising. IGA is another way to think about it. There's basically 4 main ways that you can, if you want to do something with video games as a product, there's 4 main ways that you can engage. The first is through an equivalent of a banner ad. We won't go into that too much, but mobile game advertisement, there's a lot of different things that you can do. You can do banners, you can do offer walls, interstitials, video rewards, interactive. You can do something that's geolocated. There's a lot of things. That's half the market is on the mobile side. There's a lot of stuff that you can do with mobile games. The second is what are called diegetic ads. And so this is similar to placing a Coke can in a soap opera. It's something that's natural to the universe in which it inhabits. You obviously see this a lot in film and television. The third method is becoming an active part of the game. So either through the visual design itself or the mechanics. Mechanics refer to like the way that you play. So if you think of a mechanic, that's like Pac-Man, eating the little power pellet. I guess they're power pellets. In Super Mario Brothers, jumping, those are mechanics, and brands can have a way to influence those core mechanics. And then the last way is advert games, because that's where brands create their own experiences. Very difficult to do, very difficult to do well. There have been some good examples, but mostly a lot of not so great examples. I'm going to focus, for the purpose of this talk, we're going to focus on those 2 categories, the diegetic in-game ads and IP collaborations, simply because I think that's where we've seen a lot of movement over the last couple months. And again, to go back to Animal Crossing and Fortnite, that's a place where we're seeing a lot of activity. So diegetic ads, pull up chat here. Diegetic ads are integrated into the environment of the game and are similar to product placement in movies. So a diegetic ad, that could be a billboard, a player races by in game. Another example is NBA 2K, for example, that features courtside ads. Those are things that you emulate the real game. NBA emulates the real game in television, so it's easy for advertisers to step in. EA Sports and Pizza Hut made their first ever esports deal last year in 2019. So all of the Madden NFL 20 championship series that was taking place inside of the Pizza Hut stadium, that was an effort to mirror what was happening in the real world. And so you see this a lot, like these types of advertisements often happen in sports and simulation games, simply because it's very easy for brands to step into those spaces. Obama very famously started to run basically in-game outdoor ads. They were really popular back when in 2008. And so you see that any place where video games mimic the real world, it's often easier just to put an in-game ad in that way. So the advantage that diegetic in-game ads that have over traditional product placement, it's really about repetition. So unlike in the movies or in TV programs, video games, those get played repeatedly over and over and over again. And so whereas a viewer has to go back and rewatch something where there might be a brand touch point, a player can come across something in a video game over and over again within the same amount of time. And again, that leads to higher rates of recall, brand recognition, and favorable attitudes. Now, I mentioned that usually these types of ads happen in realistic games, right? So that's a place, if you're a brand in the real world, it's easy to plug yourself into a virtual version of that world. But one of the more interesting examples of diegetic engagement has been happening in the world of Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing New Horizon, just to give you a little bit of background for those of you who may have played it or you know someone who did. It was released in March. A lot of the success of the game is due to the fact that you had so many people who were at home looking for something to fill their time. But it's also really important to recognize that this was a popular franchise to begin with. So this is something that particularly for younger millennials, it was something that they were playing when they were kids and were looking forward to each subsequent release. So it definitely wasn't something that came out of nowhere. One of the things that makes Animal Crossing really compelling is that it has this real-time clock. So when you log into the game, you create your own island, it asks you what hemisphere you're in, it knows what time of day it is, and then there are all these events that happen throughout the year. A lot of things happen on your island. Some of them happen from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Some things only happen in the morning. So it's really tied to really getting you into the space at different times of day. Aside from that, you're on a desert island, and that's really ultimately about it. You can more or less do whatever you want. And that it's very, very open-ended. So there's a mild progression in terms of trying to attract other villagers to come to where you are. But for the most part, you can do whatever it is that you want. When I play with my goddaughter, she's just more interested in showing me her outfits. The game has been tremendously successful, over 13 million units sold, which is really, really remarkable in such a short period of time, particularly for a game like Animal Crossing. Given its popularity, one of the things that we've been watching has been some really interesting approaches to diegetic engagement in a game like Animal Crossing. This is like without Nintendo's consent necessarily. That's part of what makes this interesting. But there's a couple examples I just wanted to show you of really creative ways to do something in the Animal Crossing universe. The Getty here in Los Angeles, they provided a tool for users to convert the Getty's obviously very large collection of open access artwork into digital representations for use in the world of Animal Crossing. It was really cool. So basically, you could take artwork that already exists in the Getty, you could upload it, and then you could share things with your friends. There's already a museum function in the game, so I'll talk about that in a second. But this was a way for players who maybe felt nervous about creating their own artwork. They were able to basically make it themselves. This was basically partnered with a social engagement as well. They had basically a digitized art campaign, but you could tag the Getty basically and use their hashtag for AC Art Generator. It's really cool. So basically, you could take the work on the right and basically work on the right and scan it in. It would come into the game. The other big place, and this is something where some of you all might be familiar, is that fashion brands have done a really excellent job of creating new things into the world of Animal Crossing. It initially started with really high end folks. So you had Valentino, Marc Jacobs, a variety of high fashion brands where basically in the game you can create your own patterns basically, and then use those patterns for your character. They used it as an opportunity to take things from their existing collection and put it into the game, which is really, really smart. A lot of what made this successful is that it was natural to the game. I think people forget this. There's already an artwork function. There's already fashion, and so this is a way for brands to engage. They weren't necessarily creating something new. And again, they don't have to get Nintendo's permission to go about doing it. The experience also adds in-game value. So it's not just you're doing it because you can. You're doing it because it looks really cool to have your character wear something that's designed by a premier fashion house in-game. And there are already tools in place, such as the Animal Crossing Pattern Maker. One of the things that's been really interesting is the amount of sort of free materials that is disseminated throughout the internet that enable people to create newer and better things in the world of Animal Crossing. These brands were basically they're piggybacking off of that. And then there's also a clear integration with that share layer that I talked about. So they're using it as part of a larger social strategy to, and it's not just something that lives in the game, but it's something that really most importantly lives outside of the game. So again, really smart way to do diegetic advertising. The other type of in-game advertising that I wanted to take a look at is called IP collaborations. So those are a much higher effort way to get a brand into the gaming world. So this goes beyond digital billboards, product placement. This form of advertising, it really integrates into the brand, into the game itself. There's been a big shift in the world of games. When I was growing up, what would happen is you'd buy a video game, you'd play it for a little while, maybe invite some friends over. That was it. You'd sell it. As games moved into the internet age, maybe there's additional content. One of the big things that's happening now is you functionally have what's called games as a service, which means that games are designed to be played over a longer period of time. If you look at the top games on a streaming platform like Twitch, those are games that have been around 6, 7, 8, 9 years. And the way these games exist is that they prolong the player-game relationship. So you get updates to the gameplay and events, etc. So that means there's a lot of opportunities to do unique collaborations inside of these games because the audience is carrying over year. So there's a couple different examples of those. You have simulators. John Deere has done some work with Farm Simulator, which is exactly as it sounds. Hot Wheels did a partnership with Forza, for example. And then one of the more interesting ones, John Wick, the movie, did a partnership with Fortnite, which I'll talk about in a little bit. The three different categories, simulators, often the brands will partner to supply materials, CAD data, manuals, access to the products being emulated. For cosmetic, that's just like a skin. So it's just an outfit that someone might wear. It doesn't really impact the games. But the really interesting stuff is cosmetic and gameplay. So it's both something that influences the games themselves. And so that's been a place where Fortnite has really led the way. It was released in 2017. There are 3 main game modes. I think people often forget that. It's not just the popular battle royale, 1 versus 100, 1 versus 99 that most people are familiar with. There's a creative mode that's much more like Minecraft. There's also a more story-based mode. That's where the game actually gets its name from. And they've been experimenting with this party royale format as well, which is a movie theater, concert venue, social space. Christopher Nolan's new movie is going to be showcased in it. So they're really trying to push at the edges of what something like Fortnite can do. For IP collaborations, one of the earliest ones that they did that wasn't marketed that way was a tie-in with the Avengers Endgame. The villain in that movie, Thanos, shows up into that universe. And it was really, it was a notable because it found a really natural way to embed the marketing. You got this basically special glove that enabled you, one person in the game got to be Thanos. Really creative. Wendy's also took advantage of a Fortnite game mode called Food Fight, where there were 2 different teams, Team Burger and Team Pizza. There was a Wendy avatar that was created for the game. And the way that this was more of an in-game performance where they focused on destroying the in-game freezers, which was a nod to Wendy's commitment to using fresh beef. This was an event that was streamed on Twitch, but again, a really interesting way of introducing new style of play to a popular title like Fortnite. And then the last one, which happened a couple months ago, is the largest virtual in-game concert with Travis Scott. This one is interesting because there was a direct merchandising tie-in there. There's a big in-game concert. The entire space of the game changed. Players were thrown in. It changed the way that people interacted with the space for about 20 minutes. And then ultimately, the Travis Scott team was looking to push people to purchase merchandise. So there's a direct tie-in there. A lot of what made these successful is that Fortnite is very flexible as a creative universe, and that's putting it lightly. There aren't a lot of rules in terms of what works and won't work in Fortnite. As a brand, it's pretty amorphous in that way. The other big thing is that these experiences work because they augmented the way that people actually play the game in very unique and creative ways. And these were brands that were already engaged with gamers. So this is definitely jumping on the treadmill at 12 miles an hour. And so this was a nice addition to an existing strategy. The last thing, and this probably goes without saying, is that there's only one Fortnite. So the supply is ultimately pretty limited, right? So if you want to do something with Fortnite, you have to get basically work with the Fortnite team. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Just in that play space, right? There's so many different types of things that you can do. But I just want to showcase a couple of them to give you some optionality. Couple quick tips for you before I go. The first one is have an outcome. I know this sounds very straightforward, but I see a lot of brands rushing into the esports space simply because it feels new and popular, not recognizing that the mobile space is half of the market. So having a distinct outcome for you in terms of why you want to do something in gaming is incredibly important. Gamers can sniff that stuff out, and you want to make sure it's a longer term engagement, not just a one-off. I would also encourage you to define your audience by play, share, and experience. Figure out what channels you're already active in, and then try and match your gaming engagement with those existing channels. And the last thing is that the things that I showed you, those are really expensive. So there's a lot of other lower cost options to engage gamers, particularly at that share layer. There's lots of options for you. Don't feel like you just have to do something with Fortnite in order to make an impact in the world of games. Great. Thank you so much. We've put together a report on marketing to gaming, specifically with these in-game advertisements. If you want to go deeper, feel free to shoot me an email. If you have any questions, it's also available on our website. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Jamin, for that great and insightful talk. I saw there's a whole bunch of questions coming up on the chat and comments. I've asked Jamin to jump into chat and answer some of those questions. So I hope that works. I'm sorry the box appeared on top of some of the copy, but we're going to re-edit some of the videos, and hopefully that won't happen on the way out. Again, I'm going to act like my 12-year-old son. If you want to if you want to get a ping when the videos go up there, make sure you subscribe to the channel or like it as well, and you'll get a notification when that video goes up. Great session so far. I really loved what Scott Lauren had to say. Lauren is back to interview Josh Shabtai, who runs kind of the ecosystem practice at Lowe's and the Lowe's innovation team. As you know, kind of Lowe's particularly, and everything within home improvement is kind of really rocketing right now. And it'd be exciting to kind of hear how he thinks about innovation, how he's applying it in store and online. So please welcome Josh Shabtai and Lauren Lyons.
Okay, great. Thanks, Piers, for that great intro. I'm Lauren Lyons from PSFK, and I'm really excited to be here with Josh from the Lowe's Innovation Team. And we're going to be talking to you today about a few different ways of how the Lowe's Innovation Labs team is looking at innovation today amidst all of these changes that are happening. So thanks for joining us, Josh. So just kind of just jump in and get started. Maybe you could provide everyone with just a quick overview of Lowe's Innovation Labs and its roles within Lowe's retail strategy and initiatives.
Yeah, no problem. Well, thanks again for having me. And I wish I could welcome everyone into our lab space, but unfortunately you're stuck in my home right now. So welcome to my home. Again, Josh Shabtai with Lowe's Innovation Labs. We, as you would expect, from the title, we are the innovation center for Lowe's companies, and Fortune 50 home improvement retailer. Our focus is, looking through the lens of exponential and emerging technologies, basically doing two things. One, accelerate our current roadmap, accelerate experiences customers expect, and then on the other hand, how do we develop entirely new capabilities, services, maybe even business models that will deliver radically different experiences well into the future. And this has been a really interesting time on the latter front because, effectively a lot of the future capabilities that we are thinking are multiple years, potentially multiple time horizons out, have been accelerated and customers are more ready for them than ever before. It's changing how we work tremendously. And so I spend a lot of time in the cave that you are here, joining me in.
Nice. So I know with Lowe's Innovation Labs and your team, you guys spend a lot of time designing both for today's customer, but also simultaneously looking to tomorrow's as well. And that seems to be something that retailers are increasingly being challenged to do as well. So from the Lowe's perspective, how are you seeing customer expectations and behaviors shifting within today's current landscape? And then also beyond today, what are you seeing regarding like long-term consumer behavioral changes?
Yeah, sure. So I guess even just to back up with a slight preamble, So about 2/3 of the products that we sell at Lowe's are non-discretionary purchases. They're related to making your home safe, making it function, making it a place that you and your family can exist in. And so one of the initial challenges, I think, when everything started to change in late February into early March, was we were adapting to the reality of being an essential retailer. And so even before anything, the areas that really kicked into overdrive first and foremost for us was we knew we were going to be open. We knew people were going to be spending a lot more time at home. And we knew a lot of the items that we sell were really important. And so we initially focused on how do we keep that experience as safe as possible. I just want to lay that groundwork for our associates, for our customers. How do we provide support for our communities who are going to be impacted? We have about 2,200 plus stores throughout North America, and so we are a node in many communities throughout. And then lastly, just in addition to sort of general support for the community, how we help first responders and exercise our supply chain muscles to contribute there. A significant proportion of our customers are pros, and they are business owners. They're not just your do-it-yourselfers. So there's a lot of thought about how do you ensure that those businesses can survive and thrive. There's been a lot of work there. So I just want to give the preamble. This is sort of the situation we found ourselves in, and what happened. In our first quarter, many days we were seeing e-commerce spikes that outpaced Black Friday sales. Our total sales in Q1 were up 80%. And just for comparison, our online sales the previous quarter were up just about 10%. I mean, it's been this tremendous growth. 14 to 15 categories that we sell against outperformed. So the demand and expectations have just been tremendous. As Pierce alluded to. So what's been interesting and what we're seeing short term is obviously customers still need things for their home. They still want to transact, and they want to do it in every way imaginable. They still want to come to the stores. They still want to be online. I think one of the areas that this growth in online and this growth in increased comfort with high touch retail categories being able to be fulfilled online is up, and we expect that to continue. And I think when you even look at other industries, grocery and home improvement are two areas that have been historically more resistant to an online shop. And I moved to North Carolina from New York. I was very familiar with Fresh Direct. I was surprised that was a thing, but I think the rest of the U.S. is starting to catch up and build new habits, right? That's one area we expect to grow significantly. I think this idea of service being delivered through screens and remote paths, I think this is going to hold as people are getting more used to getting telemedicine, teletherapy delivered through Zoom and other places. I think it's completely reasonable to expect that home services, you'll see the same thing. We're also looking at opportunities with everything that's happening in education. And what will continue to happen with education as more virtual and remote options are palatable. Lowe's in the home improvement category is, I would say, think about home improvement as a car. The fuel for that car is expertise. And a lot of that expertise has been historically transmitted from person to person through tribal means. What's interesting is as people look for new economic opportunities in this uncertain environment, and as new virtual platforms, we think there might be new opportunities to deliver education in very complex ways and potentially increase people's participation in the trade skills. I can go on. Sorry, I'm monologuing. We should.
Not at all. This is all really interesting, and I'm just happy to listen. So, picking up on that with the whole almost post-purchase service that Lowe's is really kind of zeroing in on that expert level of service and added education levels. So as we're looking at all these changes happening in the consumer journey right now, and can you share kind of how Lowe's is adapting in real time really to that? And what are the steps that Lowe's is taking really to meet this new consumer?
Yeah, no problem. So So I mentioned about 14 out of 15 merchandising categories outperformed, but there are some that didn't. And, overall, the areas that don't are the ones that require someone to come into your home. Kitchen, bath, detailing, remodeling. There's been a reticence on the part of customers to do that. There's also been an increased demand in curbside pickup, right, and minimizing your exposure. So I'll take the latter point first. What's interesting is curbside pickup, offering lockers in our stores. Those were actually roadmap items for 2021 initially, and the moment that this hit, we stood up curbside, and I'm really proud of the broader Lowe's technology team. They stood up curbside pickup and the store operations team in 3 days, and are now making significant advancements within the app to make it easier for customers to surface an awareness of where they are and all those things. I also mentioned, safety for our associates and safety for customers in the brick and mortar environment. We're really big initiatives. Lowe's Tech team also stood up an app that was immediately deployed to all of our associates with mobile Zebra devices to enable them to monitor traffic more effectively and start plotting how many customers can be let into a store at the same time, all that kind of stuff. So the curbside, but new buy online pickup and store options are here to stay. Pretty straightforward. On the services side, we think through advanced technologies there are real opportunities to shift a portion of what were traditionally at-home visits to in-store. And so actually one of the projects that my team had been working on for quite some time, and I'm proud to say we launched at scale, is what we call Lowe's Job Site. And the idea here is, with customers being less comfortable letting an external contractor, electrician, plumber into their home, how do you enable diagnostic visits? And so working with a great partner out of Portland, Oregon called Stream, a great startup that we've worked with for a couple of years, launched an augmented video chat service that basically, no app downloaded, lets a pro customer set up a virtual eyes-on visit to a customer's home. And they're able to scan appliances, understand through the serial number what they're looking at. They're able to telegraph using augmented reality elements what they think the problem is, where they want the customer to go, and they can record the entire session to diagnose and decide if a follow-up is worthwhile and move things. And so, that's one of the initiatives, and I would expect more of those things to keep coming out. And I also, remote services isn't just a response to COVID. I think it takes a lot of the friction out of having to schedule an in-person appointment, be home. So I expect these things to hold over time.
Definitely. And that's a great point to add too. It's like another case for this being a long-standing form of tech that Lowe's can offer. That's just another added element of convenience for their customers. So I think it's great. I know we have a video of this to show. So if we have that queued up, we'll give you guys a little bit more of an idea of how it works really quickly. Okay. So as we wait for this to start, I think another point just to make about this great tool, like you said, how it's just adding another level of convenience. People don't have to, worry about getting into stores, figuring out when they'll be home. But it just seems like such a smart move on Lowe's part in this time where people are really just trapped at home, have all of these DIY projects they want to get to, and definitely brings a barrier to being able to make those a reality for them.
Yeah, and I think it's just the beginning of how these. So, for example, new consumer technologies are coming online to make these kinds of experiences more robust. So even looking at what Apple released, consumer grade LiDAR in their latest iPad Pro enables greater spatial awareness from the point of view of someone who can hold and scan their room. So the path for these really rich remote experiences, I think the sky's sort of the limit there.
Totally. Okay, I think we've got the video ready.
We know the way you work has changed. That's why Lowe's is working harder than ever to keep pros working.
Like the new Lowe's for Pros job site, powered by Stream. It's designed to help pros like you work even when you aren't on the job. You can guide customers around the work site, sketch to highlight points of interest, capture images, and even automatically detect serial numbers. That means you can reach more customers in more places from wherever you need to be. Lowe's for Pros job site, free to use through October 31st. It's just one more reason Lowe's is the new home for pros.
Okay, perfect. So just a great visual to accompany that perspective that you were able to share on that front. Just moving this forward. So looking at the accelerating role of innovation, and we're really seeing this driven by necessity along with consumers' rapid rate of tech adoption. How are Lowe's innovation labs really evolving as well to deliver during this time of change?
Yeah. So as I kind of alluded to, in the beginning, while much of what we focus on is on accelerating customer experiences faster through emerging technology, we're also looking at new capabilities. And this world, all the rapid change that we've experienced is just accelerating that tremendously. And the way the tools we traditionally apply to trying to wrangle a future that's worth investing is around this concept we call narrative-driven innovation, and may be useful for folks out there trying to think about how you frame the future. So I would say, COVID aside, the rate of change that we have been experiencing in terms of technology and culture is exponential, and it's trying to anticipate and predict exactly what will happen and how to meet it is impossible for the human mind. Unfortunately, even we like to think we're geniuses. But a tool that we found to be effective, and that we're actually using as much as ever, is framing most desirable futures that will affect our employees, that will affect our customers, that will affect even our shareholders, and framing those in protagonist-driven narratives to help people coalesce around a vision and commit to an testable course of action. That is what's really interesting is now the types of stories. So I'll give you an example. There's a narrative theme that we pursued that we call the democratization of expertise, and it is all about unlocking this knowledge base that flows through Lowe's on a daily basis, and how do we unlock that through technology to create new economic opportunities to train people. We've told stories about how mixed reality headwear will enable the ability for pros and customers to interact in wildly new ways, to download new skills in real time. What's really interesting is this is hastening some of those far future narratives to basically get us to test more of them in market sooner, and develop. I wish I could share with you guys today. It's like such a cop out, but is letting us develop wild new narratives that'll take us deeper into the future.
No, I totally understand having to place some things a little closer to the chest on this, so that's totally okay. I think we have a little bit of time right now. If you're up for it, we had some questions from the audience that I can share with you if you wanted.
Please.
Okay, cool. So this one was from Bill Carrier. So what is Lowe's Pros doing with knowledge management for contractor projects? For example, best practices for specific types of repairs tied to products. So a little bit of like bundling there.
So this could be a whole nother hour. There are, a variety of initiatives underway, to better help, match those kinds of things. What I will say from a Lowe's Innovation Lab standpoint, when I mentioned sort of the democratization of expertise, it's really important to us that we, with the kinds of experiences we're building, we leverage an understanding not only of a given project that is happening in real time, but of other instances in which that has happened, and surface best practices. That is an area we look at with great interest. I would also say, and I can put it in the chat, I don't know if this is a dangerous thing, happy to put my email in there to, take questions beyond this that might, warrant extended follow-up.
Totally. I think everyone would probably appreciate that if you wanted to.
I'll
Another
put, I'll
thing,
put my phone number for a good time, you know?
yeah, exactly. Another great question that was asked was, what KPIs is Lowe's using right now for its app, for the Job Site Pros app? And does it go beyond downloads? And are you kind of seeing any increased spend with accounts because of that launch?
So, I'm not at liberty to really go deep into the KPIs. I do want to frame it's not a downloadable application. It really is just a web service that is available to anybody with a web browser. And so we're looking at. Let me talk about it more broadly. When we undertake projects that accelerate customer experiences that they expect today, there's generally more business metrics around how you evaluate that. Are people using a product? How often? How much time are they spending with it? What are they doing on the back? On the other side of the coin, when we're looking at new capabilities, in some cases, we are experimenting technologies that have no appreciable business metrics affiliated with them. And that's an area that we have the privilege of exploring. In those cases, we'll use a variety of research methodologies and KPIs. We've even used neuroscience-based tools where we'll actually look at, based on what's happening in any given user's brain, what is their motivation, where are the areas where cognitive load is rising and motivation is dropping, so we can start to understand without asking them, like subconsciously, do they really appreciate the value of these experiences and tools? So we look at it pretty broadly.
Definitely. This is another question that could be interesting. If you're not at liberty to talk to about, I totally understand. From Ethan Ark, is the Lowe's Lab innovation team opening to collaborating with startups? Is that something kind of on their radar, or not so much at this time?
Yeah, yes, 100%. There's more than 100%. Absolutely. My group, actually, we specialize in being the outside in lab. So I would welcome, if you see my email in the chat and you have an interesting technology, interesting point of view, please reach out. If you love telling stories and then backing up those stories with actionable deployments, I'd love to hear from you.
Perfect. So I think that's all we have time for today. And I think Piers is going to come in and introduce the next session. But this was wonderful. Thank you for your time today, Josh. I think the whole audience definitely got a lot out of this. So we really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the kind of audio. Dealing with some of the buffering, we all understand. And for the audience, I've asked Josh to kind of have a look in the chat and maybe like Jamin just did, go in and answer some questions that he sees in the chat. And that'd be really helpful. But thanks again, Josh Shobtai of Lowe's and the innovation team there.
Perfect. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Scott Latchett. I am a partner and president of research and strategy at PSFK, and welcome to day 2 of Retail Innovation Week. Retail Innovation Week is a 3-day festival where we are looking at a lot of the innovation that is happening based on the current situation that we are all currently living through, both as we think about safety and security of shoppers as we consider the new normal, as well as thinking about being more inclusive in terms of how we approach the shopping experience, both for customers and employees. Yesterday, we looked at the store experience design and how that is shifting in light of everything that has been happening. Today, the focus is really on digital commerce and the e-commerce experience. And then tomorrow, we will be diving deep into direct-to-consumer selling and what the evolution of that will look like. As we move into our new session or our next session, I will be hosting that. So I would love to introduce Megan Higgins from Avalara, where she is the VP and General Manager of e-commerce and marketplaces. Megan, thanks so much for joining us today for this conversation.
Thanks so much, Scott. It's great to be here.
Wonderful. Well, maybe I'm sure many of the folks in the audience have come across Avalara, but perhaps have not been aware that they have. So perhaps you can take a moment and provide a little background on what it is that Avalara does and talk a little bit more about your current role there as well.
Sure. So Avalara is the leader in cloud-based compliance technology. So really, we're the genie behind the scenes around calculating tax and making sure that all of those transactions that are either happening in your ERP or in your e-commerce business are being done accurately, and then managing all of the heavy lifting around remittance to all the different states and government authorities, et cetera. So I joined Avalara about a year ago, and I've been lucky to be able to lead our marketplace and e-commerce sector part of the business. And so essentially, we have over 700 partners that we work with, and many of those partners are technology providers that all of us in e-commerce work with today, like Shopify and BigCommerce, and then marketplaces such as Amazon and Etsy. And so we've got a strong footprint around this space. And so my responsibility ultimately is to make sure that we are creating more value in those relationships, we're growing those relationships, and we're meeting the demand that is currently happening in this space around scaling tax compliance technology to all of the merchants that are coming online and as their businesses grow.
Amazing. Thanks for that background. As we sort of get into the conversation, part of the reason that you and I are speaking today is there has been a partnership between PSFK and Avalara to create a piece of content, which I know will be available for everyone who is tuning in today to download and consume, which is called the Digital Commerce Playbook. In it, we talk about sort of key trends within and technologies across 5 stages of the digital purchase journey. And I wonder if you can talk a little bit about why your company felt that it was necessary to kind of have this larger conversation and create this report sort of at this moment.
Yeah, sure. Well, consumer expectations are continuing to increase. And if you look at the onset of what's happening in e-commerce nowadays, it's evolved. I've been in e-commerce for the last 15 years, and it continues to evolve, it transforms. And And even in the last couple of years, technology and the adoption of technology is making it harder to compete. So you really have to be sure that you're staying current with those capabilities and what the consumer is looking for so that you can grow your business alongside the demand of what's happening out there. And even in the onset of COVID, that's even further accelerated what the e-commerce growth and what's happening around the need to really invest in your operations so that you can deliver that great experience that consumers are looking for. So you can start to garner loyalty and repeat business, et cetera. So, really for Avalara, we wanted to be able to support the message around, since we're involved in so many of these transactions, how do we contextualize the importance of investing in technology to make sure that you can grow and scale your business with this increasing demand? It's unprecedented. And it's exciting. It presents a huge opportunity, but the investment in automation and technology is super important, which is where we can certainly help.
Yeah, it's amazing, obviously, from a sort of operational point of view. There's so much out there and so many different decisions that a company has to sort of consider as a part of this. And then, you have people that are at different points in that sort of transformation journey. And as you mentioned, with everything sort of accelerating as a result, there's been a lot of, fast decision making that has needed to happen as a result. So, given the sort of COVID-19 backdrop, I wonder if you can start by talking a little bit about some of the bigger consumer shifts that you're seeing in the marketplace and really sort of paying attention to right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even just touching a bit on the impact of COVID, the tailwinds of growth. It's interesting. I saw a statistic the other day that May, it was 77% growth year over year with almost 83 billion in sales. And so that growth trajectory, we've been lucky to have double-digit growth over the last several years, but now it's just accelerated. What you ordinarily see in 4 to 6 years is now accelerated in 2 to 3 months. And so the amount of activity happening online, and also the newness of consumers that are starting to enter e-commerce, it will have a permanent effect. So it is here to stay, and that's where all of us in this space have to start paying attention to that there are more consumers, that there are new consumers in the mix that ordinarily are not accustomed to buying online. And so all of this demand around more scale and really the importance of the experience is just so paramount. So, I would say for retailers, when COVID first happened, we had focused a bit of the story around how to help them get online. So many businesses were scrambling because they simply couldn't support foot traffic any longer. And our message was really around how can we help you quickly get online and transform your business from being a standalone shop to being able to be available to purchase remotely. And so that was sort of stage one. And now as we look at the evolution of what's happened the last few months and the fact that this is really a bit of a permanent change, that now we're trying to help educate businesses around the investment in operations. So the focus around how to make sure that you can be discovered, how to ensure that your checkout and your payments is a seamless experience, and looking all the way through post-purchase experience and post-purchase activity on the importance of fulfillment and transparency and convenience. People nowadays want to be able to buy online, pick up in store, making sure you've got visibility to your inventory. All of those attributes are so important. And so it's not just about, simply getting online. That was step one. Get online, make sure that you've got the fundamentals to be able to keep your business running. But now it's a shift towards investing in back office operations. So you've got that end-to-end journey really covered and you can continue to scale your business.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned the sort of new consumers who are hopping on to the sort of digital commerce experience. I mentioned this earlier today, but my parents are in their 70s, and while certainly they've done a little bit of online shopping out of necessity, there was just a lot more that they were expected to sort of learn, and they're not the most digitally savvy people, certainly, but you add them into the people who are already participating, and that's a huge sort of bump in traffic and a different level of sort of expectation amongst consumers who are kind of coming into things. So
exactly right. And all of us that are sort of digitally native, we're accustomed to just getting information, getting status information, managing your returns process, all through the online experience. But there is this new population now that doesn't know how to do that. And so they're inclined to want to pick up the phone. So now you got to manage multiple channels to support them. And I agree. My parents are also in their 70s, and they've done more online shopping than they ever have, and they don't really know what they're doing. So add that complexity into the mix.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And I think to your point that, some of that when people find something that works, and they're going to just, that behavior over time becomes embedded. And so they're sort of here to stay for a certain level. You hinted on this or hinted at this a little bit, but when you talked about the sort of shopper journey, I think there's a tendency for retailers particularly to sort of think about each of these sort of components in like very distinct stages. But, in reality, everything is kind of, a part of a longer tail journey, and everything sort of impacts one another. So I guess, where maybe you can talk a little bit about why that sort of holistic view of that sort of shopper journey is an important sort of framing to take from a retail point of view.
For sure, for sure. And the lines on those various stages that were once bespoke stages are all becoming very blurred, because it all points to the experience. And so the next generation of the customer experience is really about seamlessness, accuracy, transparency, flexibility. And that you have to stitch all those things together to be able to deliver upon that promise. And that's why there aren't sort of unique attributes around the digital commerce journey. It's really one journey. And so the more you can collapse that and think about the end-to-end experience, stepping back from the foothold of the consumer, that's where that will make a lot of sense. But there's a lot of pressure right now on retailers to deliver that interconnected experience. And getting back to what I was mentioning earlier, which is it's all about the investment in technology. The good news is there is a tremendous amount of technology and automation tools available, most of which are native and embedded in your e-commerce platform today. So it's not as if you have to go out and create all these disparate integrations. You just have to look at what you need, make sure that you're being thoughtful about that process, and enable those tools, focusing on the front end around discovery, all the way through to the back end around post-purchase and transparency. That's really the best practice around making sure that you've got that customer experience front and center every time.
And you mentioned the sort of notion of customer experience, and I wonder if we can dig a little bit deeper into that in terms of how do you sort of see or define what that sort of next gen CX experience looks like in terms of that sort of digital commerce experience?
Yeah, I mean, there are several best practice examples out there. If you think about how do consumers want to discover products, I even think about myself nowadays. I've discovered more new retailers and more new apparel items through my Facebook or my Instagram feed than ever before. So social discovery is really important. You have to be where the consumer is and make sure that you're taking advantage of those opportunities to translate visualization to the buy opportunity. And that's connecting those two seamlessly is super important. Also thinking about how consumers want to be able to pick up their items or return their items. A great example is the partnership that Amazon had done with Kohl's, where you can bring your Amazon boxes back to your Kohl's experience, or Kroger's and Walgreens. They've now developed a partnership. So if you think about how you can create relationships around the consumers already at a location, how do you make it easier for them to complete, what would ordinarily be another step in their process around returns. I mean, returns is unfortunately the painful reality of the world we live in, and it's increasing. And so you got to be sure that is not another cumbersome process that the consumer still has to solve for.
Yeah, it's interesting how you sort of have spoken about this. I think there's that sort of notion you mentioned, sort of being where consumers are, and then almost figuring out how to kind of collapse multiple steps. It's sort of like integrating more closely into the sort of fabric of people's sort of daily lives and figuring out these new ways of serving them, which I think is really great and interesting to sort of consider. I mean, you sort of hinted at this a little bit, but I mean, from a personal perspective, I wonder if there's anything either that's happened recently or just like, in the past, in terms of, as you think about like a standout commerce experience that you've had that you could share.
Yeah, since COVID started, I've been so impressed with actually our local restaurants and our local small businesses, at least in the area that I live in. Their agility to be able to transform from a pretty traditional business where, you have to dine in or it's, over the phone, pick up orders, et cetera. And so, in our area, as an example, these small businesses have very quickly figured out to get their business online, to order online, and then to have the ability to order online and pick up or delivery. It's really been remarkable to watch some of these small businesses out of absolute necessity, but they have accelerated their adoption of technology. And frankly, many people in the town that I live in have been hugely receptive to that. So they've saved their business to some degree, and they've transformed their business to make sure that they can keep going. And so that, I think, has been remarkable. Now, conversely, there's also experiences where, and it always comes down to, Scott, really the transparency and communication. So inevitably through this environment, shipments get delayed, the expectation around how quickly you're going to get items. I think we've all relaxed that to some degree. But being able to see where your item is, and if it hasn't arrived, is just so basic. And saying, where is it? If it hasn't arrived yet, how do I get to see where it is? And then if I have to return something, I don't want to have to pick up the phone. If you think about when somebody has to pick up the phone, with the exception of our 70-year-old parents, it's a fractured experience. Everything should be able to be done online. You should be able to print a return label. You should be able to see where your shipment is, even if it is delayed. And that's just one attribute that I continue to see retailers
think so often we want to turn our attention to sort of major players, and and you mentioned it's sort of out of necessity, but also they are in a position to kind of be experimental and are forced to kind of innovate. And I think there's a lot that can be learned in the sort of
for sure.
Bigger space around that. And then that sort of level of openness and proactivity in terms of how that communication that needs to exist there, I think is like really critical as well.
Yeah.
So I know that as a business, Avalara is really sort of focused on the payments and checkout experience, and that's something that I think it's easy to kind of take for granted in terms of it's just another mechanic within that process, but there's obviously a lot of complexity within the context of that. So I wonder if you can talk a little bit about, what are some of those key things that retailers need to keep in mind in order to ensure that at that sort of, critical moment that they're not losing shoppers there.
Yeah, well said. I've always characterized the payments checkout component to the digital commerce experience. It is the crown jewel. You've worked so hard to bring shoppers into your store. You've worked so hard to make sure your inventory is current and your pictures are beautiful and your pricing is correct. And when they get to that checkout experience, it's just absolutely vital to be sure that you can convert them at that stage. And so you'd be surprised, it is still incredibly complex that a lot of retailers still struggle with and still don't necessarily give the right amount of focus on. So I would say that there are a few people that want to have to be sourcing through and say, okay, they don't accept Apple Pay and that's how I like to pay. Be flexible about those payment options. The second is, if you think about, the adoption of mobile and people are shopping, on any device, wherever they might be, that one-click checkout ability to just seamlessly buy is just so important. I mean, I think about my own shopping experience, and I never have a credit card handy. I've memorized my credit card number, but I'm thankful that many of the retailers that I shop with also have that stored securely. They tokenize that, and so I can just seamlessly check out, and there's no friction in that experience. And lastly, certainly as it relates to Avalara, getting the tax right. So if you think about the impact of sales tax, nobody wants to worry about sales tax. That's why it's really, really advantageous to just outsource that. But if you think about the impact of sales tax, if you get it wrong, you can subject yourself to having to have extra costs that are due, on your books. Certainly exposure to an audit, but also just making sure that the consumer has an accurate amount that they have to pay. I mean, consumers, are pretty savvy, and they'll notice that if that's incorrect. And so getting tax right is important, and just getting everything accurate and out the door is just so important.
Yeah, and one of the things I actually found fascinating in sort of, learning more about Avalara as we were doing this piece of research is the sort of implication in terms of that sort of global commerce piece. Mm-hmm. And obviously, given the world that we live in now, it's not just as easy as sort of like putting up a website and then allowing anyone anywhere to kind of purchase from you across the border. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about what are some of those additional kind of friction points that companies need to be aware of as they sort of try to grow that audience and sell to them.
Yeah, for sure. That's actually the background that I came from before joining Avalara. I was working in a global e-commerce environment. And I'm glad you mentioned that, because, once you put your store online, inherently you are now global. You're open for business. And there are global shoppers that are likely coming to your site every day looking to purchase. And there's a lot of friction and there's a lot of complexity around that, not simply being able to ship it, but you have to worry about duties and taxes. You have to worry about import regulations, restrictions, making sure that that end user also has visibility, because a lot of times in the course of the shipment transaction, it will go dark to some degree because you're in customs and you're in places where you will not have a shipping event to be able to surface to that end buyer. So where Avalara steps in is right around that idea of transparency, making sure that at the point of checkout, the buyer knows here's all the potential costs, or here's the guaranteed cost, depending upon what policy you want to implement for your business. Here's all the costs that you can anticipate. And so that idea of landed cost is really a game changer around the consumer experience now globally. So making sure that the end consumer knows, okay, the item might be $100, but I'm going to have about $20 to $25 in duties and taxes. That's also going to be incremental to whatever that shipping cost will be. And if you don't prepay that, you'll likely have to pay that upon delivery. And shockingly, many consumers don't know that. And that then becomes, a fractured experience where they don't want to pay it. And then the retailer has to worry about, well, how do I get it back? And it's just as expensive, if not more as expensive, to bring those items back into the US as a return.
Yeah, it's amazing. I think about that from the standpoint of, something like Ticketmaster, which for the longest time always had sort of like fees associated with a ticket, but instead of sort of presenting that early in the process, classically, it was always like, you've gotten to the checkout and you're like, oh, actually the ticket is going to be,
And it's a lot. Yeah, it was not trivial. So I agree. I bought many of those tickets and realized, wow, but you're so far in, and you've chosen your seats and you've sort of committed to that. And it's no different. It's a great parallel example to the cross-border experience.
Yeah, it's crazy because, to your point, like it doesn't feel like, it feels like you're being taken advantage of where there's a sort of fix that could have easily been put in place there. So I think that's amazing. So I guess as a close, you've talked about, I think, some of the keys here are flexibility, seamlessness, being transparent in terms of, not just payments, but throughout the process, which I think is really incredible. And as a reminder, as all of you have been listening along, there is a version to the full report that Meg and I have been talking about in sort of in the background of our conversation today. So please feel free to download that. And Meg, thanks so much for taking the time and chatting with us today.
Scott, it was my pleasure, and encourage everyone to download that playbook. There's a lot of really good tips and solution options to recommend. So thanks for having me.
Wonderful. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah. That was another great session. Thank you, Scott, for leading that session with Meg. I think they put the link to the downloadable report in the chat, so that was great. If you have any other questions for Meg or Scott, just add them to chat and they'll jump back in as well and do that. And a reminder, if you want to get the video of that talk, just simply subscribe somewhere along there. And you'll get a ping from YouTube when the video goes live. So that's really cool. So let's keep going. Let's keep talking about e-commerce and e-selling and upping our skills. And when I thought about this and who we should invite, I wanted to kind of bring in the global lead of digital strategy for e-commerce at Microsoft, and particularly Microsoft's consumer products division. I've seen some of the work that Ramai has been doing in the past about the tools that he uses to kind of really maximize and optimize the way he sells products through his channel, how he supports his channel and partners with his channel. And I thought it'd be really interesting for everybody to kind of get a glimpse of kind of, a masterclass of tools and tips, tools and solutions that they can use in e-commerce. So please welcome Ramaya.
Hey everyone, it's a pleasure and honor to be here today talking to you in terms of just this topic about tools and solutions for frictionless e-commerce. Before I start, I really want to kind of thank each one of you for taking the time to be a part of the FoRfest, and I do want to kind of give a huge kudos to Piers for really demonstrating growth mindset in terms of really pulling together this festival, in terms of curating an array of speakers from different backgrounds and really making this virtual thing happen. Wish we were all in our favorite city of New York, but we are doing all this virtually, which is pretty interesting for all of us. So going forward, if I had to kind of look at what I want to talk to you today is about frictionless e-commerce. And I thought that perhaps a great way to start this session would be to kind of with this beautiful quote. I'm going to talk about three things, where I'm going to talk about the digital landscape, some of the friction points which are there, and some of the tools and solutions. And before we kind of get into zooming out and looking at the world view, I really wanted to kind of start with this quote, which Satya kind of shared during the earnings call, and it kind of stuck to me, and this is true for each one of us. And while we've all seen a digital transformation happen at work, I think what's really been interesting has been how digital has kind of permeated into every moment of our life. So if you look at how we are, how my son is learning, he's in NYU, but he's doing all his learning here, sitting out in Seattle. If you look at what's really happening to things in general, we are living in a world where we are doing a lot of things remote. And digital is getting incorporated in each of these life moments. So it's while the digital transformation is happening from a work perspective in terms of all things that we do, it's really interesting to see how this has become such an integral part of our lives as well. And if you really ask me, some of the shifts that have happened in the past few months, we've had some massive transformation happening with retailers really pivoting to digital, and consumers also kind of embracing this trend. And if you really look at why this has happened, and if you were to kind of identify one key disruptor, I think it's the internet, which has really made such a big difference in our lives. And as we all would appreciate, today, especially in the times that we live in, life really moves faster than ever before. And some of the numbers here are truly telling. If you really look at It's all about the gram. We are constantly living in a social world. We are streaming, and streaming and social are becoming front and center for a lot of things that we really do. So you can clearly see how our lives are becoming much more digital in the way they are getting transformed as well here. And to really look at it from a slightly different perspective, and if we were to kind of just look at what is this doing to shopping behaviors, and the question perhaps we all need to ask is, what will change in the next 3 years? But perhaps the more important question for us is what will not change? And that's a really interesting question, because if you really look at the pandemic, we are in a scenario where we are living in a scenario of unknowns. And given that unknowns that we deal with, it is so important that we have strategies that are flexible and adaptable. Having said that, if you were to just look at how shopper behaviors are going to shape in the future, I think some of the trends here are pretty clear. I think social commerce is going to be really critical. Social channels are transforming themselves from being publishers to becoming more retailers, and especially with the advent of instant storefronts, which actually are really shortening that purchase path for shoppers and making it really easy for consumers to buy. We are clearly seeing that it's really taking off in a really big way, and that combined with mobile, which is so critical, and for most of us who are in a purchase journey, our first mile of the purchase journey is totally in the mobile, and so mobile is really becoming so critical as a part of our shopping experience as well. And that really brings me to, what's the role of stores in all this? And perhaps the role of stores is going to change. When we looked at stores historically, stores used to be temples of experience, as I would call them. Whereas now I kind of see in the emerging role of stores shifting to more centers of convenience. And so as we kind of imagine the new normal and we get to the next normal, I think the role of stores will fundamentally change. And as Corey, the CEO of Best Buy, said, even the values that are associated with the store, which is more about fun, are going to be changed to more about safety. We used to be used to stores being as high-touch environments, and we are actually entering an era where we are getting into what we call as contactless retail. So that's really some of the trends that we need to embrace. And if you look at the shopper behavior and what that does to the opportunity from an e-commerce perspective, while this is going to be the first year where we will see a decline in terms of retail growth, what's interesting to see here is e-commerce is the powerhouse, which is really going to drive growth in retail. And if to grow in e-commerce, I think is an imperative for every retailer to make sure that they can seize that opportunity and make sure that they can drive growth. So e-commerce is going to play such a critical role in terms of driving growth. And within e-commerce, if we were to kind of deconstruct this and look at what's that driving force for e-commerce, I think it's mobile commerce, and it's very clear. And there are two key factors which perhaps drive this growth here. One is clearly the social commerce piece, which we touched upon. But the other interesting piece is also the phenomenon that we see with apps. And for those of us who use apps for shopping, we would realize that apps are personalizing the experience to such an extent that it's addictive. And in many ways, once you're used to shopping in an app, you just want to kind of be in the app and have that kind of experience, because app experiences are hyper-personalized, they are decluttered, there is less noise in terms of the overall experience is much more curated, and all that really makes a difference in terms of our overall shopping experience. So I clearly believe that mobile first and making sure that we really embrace the mobile commerce opportunity that e-commerce presents is going to be key for us to unlock that growth opportunity from e-commerce. So with that context, I now want to kind of switch gears to the next part of the presentation, which is all about really understanding this concept of frictionless e-commerce. Now, the timeless truths of retail have always been centered around these three key pillars. It's always been about the price, it's been about the selection, and it's been about the experience. And what e-commerce has done on price, I think we all know, I think just given the construct of the marketplace and the ability to discover prices, clearly we know that e-commerce offers great value to customers from a price perspective. And even from a selection perspective, I think e-commerce is really strong in that area, because the unit economics of really offering that range of products on an e-commerce platform is far more efficient as compared to distributed inventory, which you would have to carry in physical store environments. So from both these perspectives of price and selection, I think on e-commerce, most of our retailers do a great job. But the real issue that we have to answer is, how do we really match up when it comes to experience? And while in conventional brick and mortar retail, a lot of work has really happened on the experience side, perhaps the experience piece is the one piece that we really need to focus from an e-commerce perspective. And from that standpoint, I think really looking at eliminating any points of friction and truly getting customer-centric and making sure that we are getting obsessed about that moments in the customer journey is really going to be critical to address that gap from an experience standpoint. And if we can do that, then we are getting better in terms of getting to the state of frictionless e-commerce. So talking about customers, and I really wanted us to ground us into this customer journey. And to keep it very simple, it's all about going to the fundamentals, and it's this simple framework of ABCDE, which is all about, the customer journey, which is focused on attracting customers. It's all about the browse state of the journey where you're looking for options. And then you're making some active considerations, finally you decide and you execute. Now, with the pandemic, one of the challenges that's really happened is that this customer journey has become largely online. And given that it's become online, we do have a set of challenges that we need to address. And some of the friction points, which I think we all got to deal with, is the first one is, given that we have such a huge selection, we have too many choices. And so we do have to deal with this paradox of choice. The second one, which is there, is that given that stores are not functional at this point in time, many stores are closed, we can't see the products before we buy the products. And finally, I think we have the challenge of recommendations neither being timely nor relevant. So these are three key friction points. And what I want to do is deep dive into some of these friction points a bit more before we get to the tools and solutions. So even if you just relate to a category like which we work in laptops, and you'll see, if you were to kind of look for a laptop, you just get presented with a plethora of options, and it's not really a great experience in that sense. Or if you will kind of go and really want to try a product, and we all come from a retail environments where we want to go and try, today's scenario really doesn't let you make that try before you buy happen. So we are challenged in that aspect as well. And finally, I think we all know, and we all have had that moment where our customer journey has got interrupted with pop-ups, which are not relevant or are not timely as well as a part of our purchase experience, which makes the entire purchase experience broken. So to address some of these friction points in the journey, I do want to kind of share some of the tools that we could perhaps look at to address each one of them. So starting with the first one, which is all about choice. And I think here's where we can truly leverage the power of conversational AI and really use tools like Help Me Choose, like we have, where you could use AI to ask customers simple and easy to answer questions It's essentially what the conversational AI tool here is doing exactly what a great retail pro would do in a retail environment by asking you simple questions and helping you narrow down the choice and helping you decide which device is best suited to your needs. And to just bring this to life, a personal experience which I had was that I had to kind of buy a bicycle, and I was looking for a bicycle. And I'm not an avid cycler. So I, went on to the Trek site, and I urge all of you to go and have that experience. So you just go to trekcycles.com, and once you go there, you will see that there is a Help Me Choose experience there, which helps you narrow down very quickly to get to the bike of your choice. And I came down very quickly through a series of questions to the hybrid bike, which I bought, and I expect to collect it tomorrow. So I'm excited about that. So clearly, using tools like Help Me Choose can help us really transform that experience and also offer it with consistency and at scale across partners. And that's really something which is very exciting about these tools. The other interesting thing is that with machine learning, you can actually improve the question flow over a period of time. And that, again, enables us to get a lot of insights about customers as well. So moving on to the next friction point in the journey is the challenge that we all have, that we cannot try products before we buy. And so how do you really bring that near physical experience for customers in a virtual environment when you're shopping at home? And augmented reality is really one of the solutions which I think is making great strides. And I think the fundamental shifts that are happening from a mobile technology standpoint is a real enabler to the AR journey, which many of us are taking as retailers. And what's really cool about this is, unlike earlier where we had to kind of download an app to get an AR experience, today with the advent of web AR, you can almost have that seamless experience straight on from your website without having to download multiple apps. So this becomes really interesting, and especially for technology products where you look at that Elite controller and a single click is going to make a big difference whether I'm going to win that Fortnite game or not. You really need to make sure that you're really telling the story of some of the intricate details of some of these products. And to do that rich storytelling, I think AR does a really great job there. And so AR is, again, something which is really interesting for all of us as marketers to look at from an e-commerce perspective. Now, finally getting to the third friction point in the journey, and this is all about the recommendations. And again, I'm sure all of us would have had that moment where we are wanting to have a burger, and you get to the point of checkout, and the question that comes to you is, do you want fries? And most often the answer is yes. And you are in a mode where you're guilty and you're saying you're not going to have it, but then you come to the checkout and you say yes. And quite honestly, it's that insight which is so critical. There are moments in the customer journey where you want to leave the customer completely uninterrupted and let them have a complete experience in order to discover the core product. And I think one of the mistakes that we all do as marketeers is to interrupt the customer and break the journey during the course of the purchase of the core product. And the real value comes in if you can really bring a solution as a part of the final cart review stage and the experience, because that's where you can actually make it interesting. Like in this example, which you saw, we are looking at Xbox One console. To really have that great gaming experience on the console, you need that Forza 1 game. And the point in the journey where you want to kind of introduce that game is at the last stage once you have purchased the console. So it's really critical that you kind of be very cognizant of the moments in the customer journey where you want to kind of introduce complementary products and really package it in the form of a solution. And therefore, with these attached pop-up solutions that we have, we can actually implement this concept at scale with many of our partners. So those from the perspective of the experience that I have here at Microsoft. But what can you do? And I think some of the principles here I just wanted to deconstruct so that it becomes relevant to each one of you from your standpoint and your business standpoint. So fundamentally, I think it's really important for all of us to think from that customer journey standpoint. It's all about the attract, browse, consider, decide, and execute, the 5 steps of the customer journey. And we need to really examine, are there any friction points in the customer journey that your customer has? And the best way to do it is to become a customer or get someone to really mimic that entire customer experience and map those moments in the journey to understand where could there be the potential friction points. Having understood those friction points, I think then is when we have to really look at digital tools. And one of the common mistakes that we all do is we take a digital tools first approach. And that's really not perhaps the best thing to do. You really need to take a human first approach to really leveraging some of these tools just from a digital transformation perspective. It is so critical that we kind of use the tools in order to solve the problems and make sure that we kind of take this human first approach to eliminate those friction points. And finally, I think you got to make sure the 2 important words here for me is empower and ease. And you really need to make sure that you're giving that control in the hands of the customer to really answer those questions, to really make those good choices, or to really get immersive with the AR experience so that they can play around and really have that moment where they are in control of that experience and they can really feel that difference. So with that, I'd like to kind of close this session with this a beautiful quote which I read as a part of a book from one of my favorite authors, Arundhati Roy. And the pandemic is a portal is a wonderful metaphor in many ways. It is a metaphor from an architectural standpoint. It is a metaphor from a technology standpoint. And what Arundhati is really telling here to all of us is basically she's kind of trying to inspire us to really look at the world anew and try and see how we could really reimagine what we could accomplish as we come out of this pandemic. And she goes on to kind of talk about the choices that we have. We can carry all the baggage that we have from the past, or we can actually travel very lightly and make sure that we can really getting free-spirited and thinking in a very innovative way of how this future could be reimagined. So it's my invitation to all of you to really imagine the future. I do want to kind of thank all of you for the time this morning. I really appreciate you taking the time and being here, and love to engage with you guys on the chat later as well. So thank you again, and signing off from Seattle here. Bye.
Thank you, Ram. That's wonderful. Thanks so much for the inspiration and all those ideas. Yeah, we've had some different comments coming through a little bit in chat, so it'd be great if you can jump in there after the talk and answer. Ed's trying his best. Ed Noble is fighting his way through. He's swashbuckling his way through, but I'm sure people appreciate you coming through, and I love that final quote, so thank you for that moment of focus, and it gives us some encouragement as well.
Thank you, Piers. It's a pleasure and honor. All the best with FoRfest, and see you on the side. Thank you.
That's great. That's great. Everybody, we're going to start this next session in 5 minutes. Looking forward to the session.
Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And for those of you who are just joining, welcome to day 2 of PSFK's Retail Innovation Week. We are kicking off a day of, or in the midst of a day of talks all centering around innovation happening within the e-commerce and e-selling experience. Yesterday, we did some talks all centering around what is happening in store experience and design, particularly in light of everything that's been happening in terms of COVID, as well as recently happening with Black Lives Matter, thinking about safety and security, as well as inclusivity in all things retail. Tomorrow, we will be concluding our week-long programming, or 3 days of programming, with a session that is all centered around direct-to-consumer sales and what is happening in the evolution of that space. I should introduce myself. My name is Scott Latchett. I am a partner and president of research and strategy at PSFK, and I will be kicking off this next session, where I will be joined by Michelle Morelli, who is the Senior Vice President of Brand Strategy and Marketing at Toluna. And together, the two of us are going to co-present a piece of research that we have jointly created, and share some of the highlights from there. So, Michelle, if you want to pop up on the screen.
Hello.
Hey, thanks so much for taking the time to chat today. Why don't you go ahead and give a little intro to yourself and provide some background on Toluna, and I'm going to pull that presentation up while you are speaking.
Sure. So, hi, everyone. My name is Michelle Morelli, as Scott mentioned, and I am the SVP of Brand Strategy and Marketing at Toluna. For those that don't know Toluna is a technology company that provides market research. And we do this for global brands, top 200, big and small. And a lot of our brands use our technology for qualitative or quantitative insights. And a lot of what we're going to be doing today is talking about some of the research that we did at Toluna around something that we called the coronavirus barometer. Toluna is part of a larger organization. We happen to have something called Harris Interactive in Europe, Kurun Data, which specializes in China. And once the corona pandemic hit, probably around February, we start to really start tracking trends, consumer sentiment, behavior, because everything has been completely upended. So a lot of the insights that you see, we pulled from this bi-weekly research that we're doing. And we partnered with PSFK to come up with this complete research that hopefully you'll find really interesting when it comes down to how to build a brand in times of crisis.
Awesome. Thanks for that intro and setup, Michelle. What we'll do is we'll just kind of kick off the presentation. As we kind of lead into the beginning part of this, what we're going to be specifically sharing is some of the consumer behaviors and sentiments that have changed as a result of the things that have been going on in terms of current events. And then we'll talk a little bit about some of the innovation in the face of all of this change from some brands that we were tracking as well. So as we sort of think about that, one of the first things that we really wanted to connect around is this notion that in the midst of the coronavirus crisis, one of the things that we're seeing is that consumers are seeking trusted guidance and support from brands, and not only that, but increasingly at a local and personal level.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting about this, Scott, there's good and there's bad that's packed in here. So as folks can see on the screen, we talk about the US, how they're looking towards retailers and brands for support. Now, what's really interesting, as I mentioned, we do a barometer every 2 weeks. These numbers are actually down. And what's interesting is support, or consumers feeling supported across all categories, actually are feeling down. But what's interesting is the rankings have stayed the same. So retail has remained the second highest in terms of support, followed by brands throughout our tracking. And what's interesting is these numbers have actually gone down about 10 to 15%. So now only 39% of those that we spoke to feel that retailers are being supportive, and 32% are feeling brands are supportive. And I just think that has a lot to do with fatigue at this point, to be honest with you. Because all categories are down, including healthcare workers. So we're starting to see, I think, people feeling a little antsy, they're feeling fatigued. I think everyone is sort of waiting for things to return to normal and sort of instead of accepting that this is the normal that we have now. And I think we're seeing that reflected in the numbers.
It's amazing. You like read my mind, because I was going to ask if that was the fatigue kind of setting in sort of the situation. I know it's kind of weighing on people a little bit. And to your point, it is interesting to see kind of like everyone just sort of waiting for the next thing to come. But it seems like we're kind of still stuck in this sort of current situation that we're in right now.
Right. And I think what's really interesting, sorry, before you go to the next slide, if you think about it, all the entities that people are looking for support, retail is coming up as number 2 for us. So I think there's a huge opportunity when you're thinking about building brand loyalty, retaining or gaining new customers. Now is really the time as an opportunity for brands to really step up, specifically retail brands, in order to give that support that consumers are really craving.
And sort of aligned with what we just spoke about, this sort of notion of consumers really expecting brands to sort of position themselves or almost humanize themselves in the context of this sort of shared experience that everyone has been going through, and really sort of leaning into that empathy as that defining theme of the way that they're kind of talking to consumers right now.
Right. And I think in any time, if you're going to start to build brand, you need to do it before a crisis hits, right? This authenticity, this empathy is really important in just brands in general. But particularly now, when we're facing a crisis, we saw that 66% of consumers think brands should be communicating messages of support while also supporting not just consumers, but frontline workers. And we did some extra digging around this as well, about whether or not people will remember those brands that are showing the support. And from what we found is 85% of the people that we surveyed across the globe said they remember brands that are supportive during the COVID crisis. So again, if you're thinking not just today, but if you're thinking about building brand loyalty down the road, you really want to be paying attention to what consumers are feeling, what their current perception is, and how you can sort of build on their trust and retain their trust. And honestly, it has to do with how you're communicating and what you're saying. And I know you guys have some really great examples later on in the deck that we can use to sort of support this, to see what brands are doing that are really smart, or that is really smart.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I think you sort of discussed something, pretty interesting there, which is like, as you were talking about this, I'm like thinking about CSR always feels like this big kind of like long-term thing, but these are like things that brands need to be doing sort of right now in terms of like actually, creating sort of meaningful change there.
Yeah, and it's not just CSR. We also took a look at things like email messages that brands are sending out, and the most liked text or lines from those email comms that people are getting are things like, I'm grateful to my employees, I'm proud of them, take care of yourself if you're a customer. So CSR is definitely one part of it, but when you're thinking through your messaging, it's being authentic and acknowledging what's going on and showing support in ways that I think really resonate with consumers.
And I think this is interesting. As sort of in line with that sort of idea of fatigue that you talked about, in the midst of everything right now, it's interesting to see how this sort of notion of wellness, both sort of mental and physical, is becoming such a sort of big component of how people are thinking about their own sort of individual lives, and what that means for brands who kind of can step in there and provide some of that support.
Yeah, this is really interesting because I think we're going to step into a tale of two cities, or really talk about the importance of segmenting messages, and that there's not going to be one size fits all for all consumers in this respect, because what we're seeing is that 46% of the consumers are really focusing on themselves and thinking about their well-being. We even have 31% more that are 30% more of the people that we spoke to are exercising. So when you think about that, and I'm sure you and I probably know these people, they're coming out with what they call a quarantine bod. These are people that are buying those like um, things off of Instagram for exercise equipment. They're in the parks that are running, 10Ks every day. So these are people that are really focusing on themselves, not only to take care of their mental well-being, but really looking at their physical well-being as well. Really looking to take advantage of this time, whether or not they have more time, whether or not they're reevaluating their priorities, but to really focus on themselves. So this is one segment of the population that's really important to pay attention to. And we'll talk in a second about the other segment of the population, but there's definitely this group of people out there that are focusing on themselves and going to be a better version once we come out of lockdown.
Yeah, and so to that point, there is that sort of other kind of complement to that, or contrast, which is that, in the midst of all of this uncertainty, consumers are really kind of gravitating towards these things that are familiar and nostalgic, and kind of seeking comfort within the context of all of this sort of heightened stress that they're dealing with right now as well.
Yeah, and over half of the people that we surveyed are craving comfort food, right? So this is the other half of the population. Granted, it could be the person that runs a 10K and then comes home and eats Kraft macaroni and cheese. But what we have are these people that are exercising more. But then we have this other half where 42% of the people we spoke to that are exercising less and really craving comfort. So when you think about physical and mental well-being also sometimes is associated with nostalgia. What makes them feel good? And there are brands specifically that some of us grew up with in childhood, McDonald's, Betty Crocker, Campbell's, that really take care of us mentally. And it's also the flip side and the importance of when brands are thinking about how to communicate with customers or consumers, they have to make sure that they're talking to both sides, right? So if you're going to be talking about nostalgia, you want to make sure you have a positive tone to that. It's very important. That can get a little sad. But what we found is that you want to make sure that you're staying positive, but you're thinking about these people that are on the couch eating their mac and cheese, trying to make themselves feel good, versus the people that are out running 10Ks on Instagram looking to buy that next CrossFit product because they want to be a better version of themselves.
And then, I think this is kind of underlying a lot of the things that we're just seeing more broadly as well, is, there's this sort of sense of brands that are positioned to actually experiment and innovate in the midst of all of this are, ones that consumers are ultimately sort of turning to and sort of seeing as truly sort of innovative within this space as well.
Yeah, and we start to talk to people about how can brands earn regard or loyalty, if you will, or positive attributes moving forward. And these are all not mutually exclusive. And I want to talk about the first one because I think it's really important. Close to 60% cite price incentives when they're thinking about what a brand or a retailer could do when it comes down to favoring regard. And what's really interesting about this is, one, price incentives does not always mean sale. So that's first and foremost. But I also think the second thing that's really important is the context. Over the course of us looking at trends around what people feel, and we asked them about whether or not people are concerned with their finances. And great news is that over time, since we started the barometer in February, people are less concerned today about their personal finances than they were at the beginning. But in the US, it's still close to 50%. So if we're talking about having a real conversation or having a brand be authentic, it would make sense then for someone to tie messaging around any type of price incentive that a retailer is thinking about or going to implement, because that's going to be the top thing that consumers are looking for. I think the second thing that we talk about here, and you actually mentioned it around CSR, is around brands taking positive action to support and connect with communities is going to be an important part of this. So it's not just price, but it's what are the brands, what are the retailers doing to really connect with their community, and how are they showing support for people within the pandemic. And the last part that's on this slide, or last point, which I think is so interesting, is that 52% of the people we spoke to want brands to consider new distribution models. This goes all the way back to the first thing we talked about in terms of fatigue. I think there are people that are frustrated, getting tired of not being able to find the brand that they want when they're going into the store. And the fact that people are like, come up with a new distribution model is wild. I never would have assumed that that would have been one of the things that people would even consider. But if you even look at it at a slightly broader context, we were looking at, well, what happens if people don't find the product that they want when they're at the store? We're finding that about 30% of them will try a new product, which is amazing. But roughly about the same means they're going to pay a higher price. So if we have 50% of the people concerned, if you have people concerned about your personal finances, then you get to whatever shop or retail that you're thinking of going into, and you're going to pay a higher price for something that you may not have wanted. I think that we can do better when thinking about how do we service that consumer and how do we gain loyalty there.
So as we kind of transition out of that sort of consumer-facing kind of point of view, we'll look at some of the things that we're seeing in the marketplace in terms of these, trends that brands are sort of implementing in order to kind of meet some of those needs. And so this first idea is around fact-based messaging, which I think really kind of gets into some of that trust piece that you spoke about, and even, to that level of authenticity. And we're sort of in this, unfortunate time where there's a lot of misinformation that's being sort of communicated, not only about what was happening specifically with Corona, but just in general. And so it's interesting to see a brand like Mucinex, who you wouldn't necessarily think of as being innovative, but kind of stepping in to position itself as an expert within the space, and taking the opportunity to sort of create this campaign, which is called Spread Facts, Not Fear, which is all around sort of truth in what people should believe in there. And so I think there's something interesting about that level of like expertise that a brand can sort of bring, and then as you sort of touched on earlier, this level of trust as well.
Yeah, I love this. I love this for so many reasons. One is because the elasticity of this from the brand perspective is really nice. This idea about the spread, right? When you think about Mucinex, like the spread of different types of viruses or et cetera, and how Mucinex can fight that. It's such a subtle way of still tying into the brand, yet it has such an authentic ring to it. And it goes back to just this idea that people are trusting retailers and brands at a higher rate than they are other industries or other segments of our community right now.
And then, I think this is something that, again, we've continued to sort of see. But when you see a brand that's able to kind of spin up very quickly an opportunity to support the broader community, I think it's quite interesting. So this notion of collaborative social impact, where you're not just serving a specific set of consumers, but also sort of thinking about how your product kind of exists in this bigger marketplace. In this case, this is a direct-to-consumer brand called House, and I believe actually Helena is going to be speaking on some level maybe tomorrow. But they recognize that a lot of restaurants where they're selling their product were struggling, and created an opportunity where they were able to agilely sort of use their supply chain in order to create 9 new flavors, which were all specifically designed by partner restaurants, and then allow those partners to sell those or to participate in sort of the sales and getting 100% of the profits for each of those restaurants. So I think there's like, a lot of, it's launching brand new product. It's got that sort of like sort of social good component to it. And there's a lot of interesting things happening here.
Yeah, what I love about this is the pivot that can be done so quickly. And I think this idea about being nimble is going to be something that's really important for brands moving forward. I think we all used to talk about how there's disruption in the marketplace, especially within retail with direct to consumer and online and digital. But that's been sped up into the disruption I think we felt for 2 years into something like 3 to 4 to 5 months. And this change and this pivot is so smart because they will be, according to all of the research that we've done in the insights, this type of pivot helping around social and leaning into the social impact is going to be rewarded with awareness, loyalty, not just now, but even after we get back to whatever it is that we're going to get back to in hopefully 6 or 8 months. So I think this is so smart on so many levels. And from what we've seen around brands and people saying they will remember those who have actually been supportive, this is one of the smartest moves you could think.
Awesome. And Michelle, I apologize. I put this one in here, but I want in line with this, I wanted to sort of recognize, again, like we started this piece of research in the midst of Corona, and then there's been a lot that's been happening, obviously more in, along Black Lives Matter and diversity and inclusivity and that sort of broader conversation that's happening. And I thought this was interesting from the standpoint of Sephora, and I'm sure at this point other brands have sort of hopped on, but quickly there emerged that there was this, African Americans, Black Americans represent 15% of the population in the U.S. and brands should represent that, or retailers should represent that with space on the shelves. And I thought, again, a brand like Sephora sort of stepping up and being the first kind of major brand to say, yes, we're going to dedicate 15% of our shelf space to Black-owned businesses was, extremely important. And, it's like no one wants to be first, but, then it quickly kind of can cascade from there.
I think what's important about this too is the authenticity and action, especially now in social media. That's so important. So if you don't know who you are as a brand or as a retailer, stepping out into this space can be a little scary. So it's really important to understand who you are as a brand, what values do you have, and then how do you act on those values. I thought Ben & Jerry also did like a fantastic, aggressive, and amazing response to the Black Lives Matter movement. But you want to also make sure that you're doing it because it's authentic to your brand, and then you have action. I think it was last year, especially because now we're in Pride Month. Actually, I think it was yesterday, but Pride Month just ended. And last year, Budweiser, or one of the alcohol brands, they tried to do something around Pride Month. And it basically backfired. I think they were using the different flags of the LGBTQ movement on their bottles. And, being in a vertical that has not always been inclusive, it can be very difficult to make statements. So I think when you do this, you have to just be authentic to who your brand is and then back it up with action. I think with Sephora, the fact that you use this example is so important because they were one of the first and they actually made a pledge, and this is what we're doing behind it. I think right now consumers have very little appetite for platitudes. And I think you saw some of the backlash that comes from people that either gives hearts and prayers, we stand with you, and you look at boards and it's primarily white men, et cetera, or they're not doing anything within their services. So I think this is such a great example of the authenticity and the action that's now needed, because at this point, especially now in a pandemic, people are a little bit more not fragile, but they are in a different mental state than maybe they were if it's not a pandemic. I don't think people have time for platitudes anymore, and they're paying attention, and you will hear it on social.
Yeah, and for sure. And I think that's an interesting point. Like people are paying attention. Like like everyone's attention is sort of laser focused right now as well. So, things like missteps are not going to go unseen ultimately. Sort of thinking more in terms of that kind of like treating your employees just as well as your consumers in the context of this crisis. One of the things we were seeing is this sort of move towards what we're calling frontline assistance, but really sort of putting practices in place that ensured that employees' well-being, whether it was financial or physical, was really sort of front and center in terms of how brands responded. And then, to sort of point to the example that we're highlighting here, in this case, Vori, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, is a sort of wellness brand that, instead of laying off its workers, saw this as an opportunity for brands to kind of step in and actually, or their company to step in and use this as a opportunity to train them during this time so that they could still be paid for learning new skills that would ultimately make them better sort of emerging out of the crisis. And I thought that was really interesting for them to sort of take that step.
And smart, because from the work that we've done, we know consumers are going to favor brands that have taken steps to retain workers during this time. And I think it's because retail is such an integral part of the community, much like restaurants are, that consumers and customers are really looking to brands to take care of their employees, not just, of course, they want discounts, et cetera, but they're really looking and shedding a spotlight on how retail employees are being treated.
And then, obviously, we're sort of looking at the way that, I think community was a huge component of what was happening within the context of everything that's been going on. And the brands that already had a strong community in place were much better able to sort of pivot in order to sort of leverage that community in different ways. And one of those was recognizing that for a large number of consumers, everything from high school graduations to weddings to birthdays were, interrupted as a result of this. And so seeing themselves as a platform where they could also, create experiences for consumers in interesting ways. So, in this case, obviously, Teen Vogue is one of many brands or that sort of saw this as an opportunity to sort of bring their community closer in. And in this case, sort of leveraging their input with celebrities to create a special virtual prom for people.
Yeah, I think treating your customers like people is what this is an example of leaning into that authenticity. And I love it for a lot of ways, partly because of the company I work for. I'm really interested in connecting brands and consumers. And that's essentially what the companies did here, which is so fantastic. And I think this is part of the goodwill and the reason why people are looking to retail for support during this time is because of an example like what you just showed here for the virtual prom.
Okay. Whoops. And then again, we talked about wellness, and I think there is not just sort of celebrating the things that are great and positive that are happening, but also being there as being a voice that can help consumers during this time, both in terms of that sort of mental health and well-being, and really again sort of leveraging these platforms to kind of connect people together in interesting ways. And so in this case, two consumer health brands, Hims and Hers, which are primarily sort of looking at sexual wellness as well as sort of hair loss and things like that, saw themselves as a way to push forward an initiative they were already thinking, which was bringing forth the ability for consumers to connect together and sort of have these moments for mental well-being, as well as sort of eliminating stress and things like that as well.
Yeah, and this goes back to the fact that 48% are taking care of their mental, physical health, with 15% are prioritizing their mental health. So this is really speaking to that population of those that are looking to take better care of themselves and prioritizing their health and well-being. I really think this is a great example of using that.
All right, we will wrap up, and we've got, I think, one more slide. And then just the sort of, again, in the midst of everything, people were adjusting to new situations at home where already they were dealing with the sort of blur of life and home and work and all of these things together. And so brands kind of stepping in to be, take some of that onus off. And I thought this was interesting, again, a brand that you might not sort of anticipate being innovative in this way, but Whirlpool creating this sort of like opportunity to combine education and chores into something that could be fun and engaging for children. And again, kind of like helping parents, supporting them during this time as well.
I know we have to wrap, so all I will say is surprise and delight.
Excellent. So these are sort of just some quick takeaways that we've, sort of peppered throughout, which is, number one, consumers are looking to brands as guiding forces, and are taking note of how they're reacting during crises. Brands are the ones that are poised to succeed, are the ones that are looking at the relationships they have and providing empathy and support. Organizational agility and sort of omni-channel are all essential to sort of enable this to happen. Alongside of this, underneath it is sort of understanding in real time what your consumers' needs, behaviors, and attitudes are, and being able to then align that with the things that you are trying to do as a brand. So that's sort of foundational to this. And then finally, this notion of really sort of treating consumers and employees as people first and foremost. And that humanizes the brand, and then also really sort of helps you lean in to develop the solutions that are going to solve real needs. So with that, Michelle, thank you so much for providing that insight. And everyone can download this. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. Our next session is all about mobilizing in times of uncertainty. Times are changing quickly and consumers alongside them. It's during these times of friction that brands are also given a unique opportunity to evolve their business and to capture the engaged consumer by activating agile systems that are already in place while making the necessary pivots to capture fringe behaviors and continue communication to improve the experience. So in this session, we're going to hear all about that from Winston Binch. He's the Chief Brand and Experience Officer at Gale, and Tressie Lieberman, Chipotle's Vice President of Digital Marketing and Off-Premise. They're going to be discussing how leveraging smart CRMs and relevant messaging can reimagine the customer relationship and drive loyalty even in times of uncertainty.
All right, hello everybody. I'm Winston. I'm just going to share my screen here. We'll get going. All right, well, thanks everybody for joining us. I'm Winston Binch. This is my good friend and colleague, Tressie Lieberman from Chipotle. Today, we're going to talk about, as Jeff said, mobilizing in times of uncertainty with a focus on CRM, loyalty, brand, and just some of the things, Chipotle has been doing, I would say rather smartly as we've navigated, the last several months. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tressie.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited to be talking about this, especially with Winston. Him and I have been kind of going nuts about CRM for the last year and working through how we can really make it a powerful lever for Chipotle. I think with any presentation, it has to start with what the brand is all about. And I think with every marketer, it's looking inside to see what your strengths are and what guides you. And at Chipotle, we're a very purpose-driven company. It's why I joined the company. We stand for cultivating a better world, and it's part of our decision-making process. And that's been really important, especially during the pandemic and everything happening in culture right now, to make sure that we're really clear on how we respond and when we respond. But it starts with being about real, right? And that is the brand. If you flip to the next slide, you can kind of see a peek inside of how we think at Chipotle. But we're all about showing our difference. We have 53 real ingredients. We have no can openers, no freezers, no microwaves in our restaurant. And we have incredible team members and partners from a sourcing standpoint with our farmers, as well as our employees. And that's really what drives us. And I think it's a story that we want to tell when you have this suite of purpose-driven and values-led organization. It's a really exciting space to be. And if you flip to the next slide, I think what's been really exciting for us, especially in CRM, is to see that sharing our stories that are about our purpose are having an impact. And we're seeing a 12 to 15% higher engagement rate when we look at the communications that are using words like support and give. And, we're excited to tell these stories, but the fact that it's having an impact continues to help guide where we're taking the brand. And if you flip to the next one, what's really exciting me is the power of our rewards community. So Chipotle launched our rewards program called Chipotle Rewards on March 12th last year. The date is ingrained in my mind. It was a big day for the company. And, our customers have been anticipating and waiting for a loyalty program for a while. And so we're very purposeful about how we brought it to life. But in the course of a little over a year, we already have 13 million members. And when you think about that, it's the same reach as Monday Night Football. So there's so much power. And it's not just a passive audience, right? These are people who've raised their hand in the last year to say that they want to hear from us. They want to communicate with the brand. And we've taken this really seriously, right? It's about getting them the right content. We used to send an email maybe once a month. So now if we're going to start showing up in your inbox or a push notification on a weekly or biweekly basis, that needs to provide value to our customers. And when you think about what happened with a pandemic, and you can kind of see a sign here that shows our restaurants, our dining rooms were closed, it was about a really quick pivot. Not only were media habits changing and the business was changing, right? We were moving to really spotlighting our delivery business, our order ahead business through the app. And it was very important that we lean on our Chipotle Rewards community to help us navigate this time, right? Like they're coming to Chipotle all the time. How do we tell them how to access the brand now and how to be a part of the journey when we're all going through such uncertain times? So as we go through the presentation, we really want to show you how we've done this at a broad scale as well as how we're making it super relevant. I think it's important to know about our brand as we go through this, that as much as we're showing our difference, there are two other things that we think about in all of our communications. One is about showing access, right? That delivery is a way to get real food to more people. Having people easily access a brand through our app for pickup or through our new Chipotlanes is about that access point. And so we wanted to think about how we show people that you can get delivery. Because I could ask the people, everybody on this call, if you think about delivery, what brand comes to mind first? Maybe it's Chipotle now, because we've been pretty vocal over the last few months, but it's not inherently going to be a default brand. You're probably going to think about pizza as an example. So how do we start to be in that consideration set and teach you about new ways to get Chipotle? The other important piece here is that it's about driving culture. We are a brand that we take our food very seriously, but we don't take ourselves too seriously. And I've watched that from afar before I joined Chipotle as a super fan of the brand, and also now being here. It is about, relating to our customers and meeting them where they are, and whether that's finding the right way to activate on TikTok, or actually during the pandemic, the very first platform that we lit up was Zoom. We started doing live sessions with different artists on Zoom to bring some joy to our community. We've done Instagram live after party for the prom with David Dobrik when proms were getting canceled. So it's about listening to where customers are, where culture is, and meeting them there. So pulling all these things together, driving difference, driving access, showing how we attach to culture, we really thought hard about how we showed up in people's inboxes and in their app for push notifications, and maybe that occasional SMS message where we have something really important to say. But we took it to a different level, right? It wasn't just about the brand. It was about being super transparent and moving quickly to share where we were. There's really never been a more important time to have a nimble organization and be able to collaborate and respond in real time. So just to hit a few of those examples, one has been about sharing what we're doing from a safety standpoint. It's important to know where you're eating that you can feel good about. And Chipotle was actually just named the #1 restaurant in terms of really delivering food safety during this crisis. But we wanted to communicate that. We've added tamper evident stickers to all of our bags, sealed utensils. We added contactless delivery, so you could ask a driver to drop it at your door instead of knocking on the door, ring the doorbell, and waiting for you to have that interaction. So we're constantly talking about all of the things that we're doing in the restaurant and just easing people's minds, because we know that people still want to come to Chipotle, but we need to build that confidence. We also, going back to cultivating a better world, we're extremely focused on how to make a difference. And, I've been to some conversations throughout the pandemic where people were like, oh, as a brand, are you just jumping in and trying to get, stay top of mind by doing purpose-driven things? And I mean, it's the opposite of that. It's everybody in our organization saying, what can we do? How can we make a difference? When you work for a brand, especially a big brand, right? Like, you have a lot of power to influence culture, not just attach yourself to culture, but influence it. And I think cultivating a better world is doing the right thing and hoping others come along for that journey, or seeing other people doing the right thing and wanting to be a part of that journey. So we gave over 200,000 burritos away, just thinking about how we could make a meaningful difference to the medical community. And whether it was catering our burritos by the box, or letting customers order and label their order as for heroes, and being able to get a donation of a burrito to healthcare worker. It's been really core to how we've thought about navigating this is, how can we use our brand to make a difference? Obviously over the last month, it's been a really serious time to think about how we really use our voice for good and drive change. And it's been awesome to see a lot of brands partner in this and make a difference. We are a brand that's all about diversity and inclusion, and we're really passionate about getting out and helping to make an impact here. So if you flip to the next slide, you can just see one example we've done where we said, look, we have an app, we have a web, we're all about driving access. Why don't we turn those into a donation platform? We've already pledged $1 million to National Urban League, but we thought we could do more by getting that message out. And it was something we quickly turned on to be able to start raising money for National Urban League. And what's awesome is we're able to quickly turn on our email as well, right? Because that's the community we want to know about this. We want to be able to champion the story. And, the results have just been phenomenal. And so I've appreciated, I've kind of think about a lot of my job being driving social media. Social media is so real time. And so we've worked really hard to make our email equally real time, because there isn't time to wait. I think that things are changing at a faster rate than ever, and we have to be able to respond. A quick follow-up to that we just did. Pride is a part of Chipotle's story. We've championed it for many years now at parades, and when parades got canceled, and obviously there's so much going on with racial injustice, we wanted to partner with Karamo Brown, who is a big fan of the brand, and go on TikTok for lunch and listens, where we brought in influencers to talk about the LGBTQ+ community, and also donate for every viewer for the Center for Black Equity. And again, it was, moving fast to pivot plans time and time again, right? A few months ago, we had big plans lined up for Pride parades, and we're pivoting. And so the ability for email to pivot with that and be able to help amplify the stories has been really powerful.
Yeah. And as Tressie talked about, purpose is central to everything that Chipotle does, but we also have a secondary mission that we can consider really important, which is making the experience personal. We know when you make things personal and you relate to people on a one-to-one level, they appreciate it, and they appreciate it by coming to your restaurant. And so you don't get to personal with one-off executions. And I've been a creative marketer for a long time. As Tressie said, we've been geeking out over CRM for the last, over the last year and a half, because this is where we really think we can create a lot of value for the company and for our customers. And the way that you get to scale and personalization is by adopting a systematic and journey-based approach backed by data. And I want to talk a little bit about what that means, because they're big words. We hear data a lot. We hear systems, but I want to break it down. For us, it isn't, when people hear about systems and data, they often think about soulless templated experiences. But our mission, from day one was to scale CRM with a brand-driven approach. And for Chipotle, that starts with starting with food. And one of our key principles is make every communication as real as the food. And that next thing, when we talk about personalization, is make it as personal as your order. So all of the content that we are creating, delivering, is really considering the moment, is considering what inspires people, the information we find that's relevant, and the incentives that we know that will really resound and resonate with individuals. So when you're building a system, the planning, the upfront part is really important, right? You have to think about what are your content buckets, and we make a lot of content. But the key areas that we see drive the most action and create connection are around the food, as we talked about. The food is the hero always, and luckily with Chipotle, we have such amazing food to showcase, as well as our ingredients. People love guacamole too. The next piece is values, which again comes back to purpose, and I can't talk about that more. We talk a lot about purpose-driven brands for the last few years, but I think Chipotle is living evidence that it really does move the needle, and actually, this brand is really trying to make things better. And then another one that we really love is, in terms of content, is this idea of local. Local is a great way to create relevance. We have so many restaurants, and if we can really speak to people about the restaurant near them or the geography, it helps. And then lastly, again, this notion of personal. So you need to have a content framing, and this is the buckets that we operate with. And this is an example, right? So how do you start to personalize that? This is Alex. He's lagging behind in typical volume. Last year, he consistently ordered, and he loves guac, right? So a solution for Alex would be a communication with small points bonus that reinforces guac, right? So this is how you start to build this based on the data that you know, and we know a decent amount about our customers. And again, I've said this, there is this myth, and Tressie and I have talked about this, is there's a myth with systems and templates that they're ugly and that they're not branded, but really today you can create something that's really seamless and is very sophisticated from a design standpoint. So we're big believers in the power system, and really that's how you get to scale and personalization with such a large member base. So once you've created your system, then you want to move from this, one-offs, broad reach emails, which we still do a lot of, and mass marketing, broad reach still matters, but more and more this relevant, smart communication that's journey-based, that meets you in your terms, we find to be increasingly important. So for just this illustratively, this is our new member journey, and this is targeted at new Chipotle members with the objective of growing 3 transactions, right, in a 12-week period. Our goals are to encourage high-value customer behavior, reduce marketing touches. A lot of this is about trying to bring some simplicity to the org and the operation. And then that brand love idea, everything's got to drive brand love and connection. and be relevant. And then educating about what we are doing from Trusty talked about safety, talked about our initiatives in National Urban League, talked about pride, talk about the things that really matter to brand we know matter to customers. And then again, that mission of making customers feel known and valued. That's something they really push for. And then, this is just a quick look, at how this can come to life. You saw the modules, but this is the new member journey. And it's all dynamic, right? It's based on order history, location. And what's really great about this is it gives you such a range of flexibility, right? There's over 700 creative components driving thousands of variations. So when we think about it, in a time like now, have to be fast and to be relevant. And if you're not being relevant right now, forget it, right? You're doing disservice to both your customer and your brand. Trust, you want to talk a little bit about this?
Yeah, I think, like I said, we launched the program March 12th, so we're a baby program. We're only a little over a year old, but we've been able to accomplish a tremendous amount. And really, it's about having the right partners and the right mentality within the organization. And obviously, an incredible team at Chipotle who is leading the way here. We've all been doing this while remote, like all of you. And it's just been amazing to see people respond. This is, speaking of living our values, this is one of our team meetings where we did a farm tour. We brought our kids along for this one. And got to see some goats, which surprisingly brings a lot of zen and happiness on when you have Zoom burnout. So highly recommend the Lancaster Farm Sanctuary. But I think it's really about having that shared vision, a clear strategy, and the right partners to get it done. And I can't talk enough about the right partners piece. Having been in marketing for a long time, I've been in the situations where you have different partners who hold things very close to the vest, and kind of the idea maybe has to start with a partner. And we've really created an environment within our organization where the expectation is that we're all sharing, we're all working together. And what's been really cool to see in that is that, because we have a lot of partners here, we don't really have one giant partner. We have a lot of people working together, but it's a lot of fun. I think everybody's really enjoying seeing the shared success by being collaborative, by working together, by understanding all of our different platforms. It's not about, one person getting the credit. It's about achieving together, and it's a superpower. So I just continue to reinforce it, creating that culture within the organization, within your partners, where it's not an option to be sharing, but it's an expectation, and that it's all the names are going on the award entry, not one partner.
Yeah, and this is not a lip service slide at all. I've been in the business for a long time, and I give a lot of credit to Chipotle here. Like, we're constantly collaborating with other partners. There's no walls. We have a weekly collaborations meeting, and it really makes a difference, particularly when you're working at this speed with this much complexity and systems like the one we just talked about. So, we're wrapping up here, 5 takeaways, because you always got to have takeaways. We've talked about it, many others are, but truly we mean it. I think purpose is going to become an even bigger deal for brands. We're seeing that things are changing by the minute, but there's no hiding, there's no silence. You really have to have some values that do more than just focus on profit. The other thing, again, credit my partner here, Trusty, but this is a brave brand, and they're biased towards action. You have to move. The next thing here, if you aren't capturing customer data, you're losing. So we really believe that CRM and loyalty are must invest areas in marketing right now, because they allow you to get smarter about your customer and deliver them the messages and experiences they want. And it's not just about getting smart about the data, it's about meeting them on their terms and really starting to think about journeys, think about that end-to-end user experience. And again, Trusty and I have been working together for a long time, but collaboration truly is a force multiplier. And particularly in times of crisis, you got to roll the sleeves up, got to be able to get together and work across the aisle.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would add, I'm going to add a sixth takeaway is, being on making CRM and loyalty a priority, it's really making it an executive level priority and talking about it in a way that's simple and sexy. Like, this is a really important, exciting, beautiful part of the business. I think sometimes CRM and loyalty get a reputation for just being deep in the data, and it's hard to champion it and articulate. And we really tried to make this the bright, shiny, sexy object because it's so important. And creative layered with the data is what can be the big unlock and drive that engagement. So I sweat the creative on an email the same way we would any other asset. It's really an opportunity to shine, even in this more systematic approach. So kudos to the Gale team for helping bring all that to life.
Right.
Thank you all.
Well, it wouldn't be a presentation without burritos. So, trust you on it.
This is Winston's idea, so you can thank him for a free burrito. These go really fast. I've done a lot of burrito giveaways this year, and I can say that if you want a free burrito, you better get your fingers moving. So if you text 888-222, that's a Chipotle short code. If you text PSFKRW, you'll get a free burrito if you're one of the first 50 people. Yeah. So now is worth sticking around for our talk.
There you go. Yes.
Thank you.
Oh. Sure. Okay, let's see the chat. Where is it?
I don't see the question.
I don't see the question.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Do you get it?
How do you balance your delivery business amongst third-party providers and your own channels? How do you maintain margin keeping prices the same? Yeah, so I think, from a delivery standpoint, we talked about access and getting people to try Chipotle for delivery. We've really been focused on getting people to our app. I think it's the place where you're going to have the most amazing experience with Chipotle. It's where we start to recognize you. It's our reward program, right? So it takes you on that journey. So my number one initiative has really been to get people to download our app and to get you in that experience. We know that people are also want to order where they are at times, right? If you're already on Uber Eats, or you're already on DoorDash and you want delivery, we want to be there. We want to be visible. We want to be the brand that you're choosing if you are shopping within that platform. So we certainly look at the entire landscape, but it's really been, for me, the focus on driving that app download and getting you in that experience.
Yeah. Well, thanks everyone. It's been a great experience. We love talking about this stuff, and stay safe, grow your business, make some emails, and we'll see you around.
Yeah, I appreciate the time. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, thanks everyone for joining us for that last talk from Chipotle and Gail. Hopefully everyone has dove into the chat and grabbed that info so they can get their free burrito. So now we're going to hear about personalizing the omnichannel buying experience. This is the part of the day where we're going to hear from two solution providers back to back, so actually get to hear from practitioners that are running technology businesses to power best-in-class retail and consumer experience. The future of retail, or the future of commerce, I should say, is rapidly changing as consumer behaviors shift, and COVID-19 obviously has had a big impact on retail, and brands are pushing for e-commerce growth as a byproduct. Brands of the future will have to empower consumers to buy products through a complete omnichannel experience. Direct to consumer was the first step towards that goal, but what will the next step look like? So now we're going to hear from Sneh Parmar. Sneh is the CEO and co-founder of Lucky, and he's going to be speaking to us about e-commerce's next generation. Lucky enables brands to deliver personalized shopping experiences to each and every consumer, instantly giving a brand the ability to sell their products to consumers when, where, and how a consumer wants to buy. And this can be done through any digital touch point. So consumers can now buy products from a brand online, offline, ahead of time, in the moment, near them, all with a single seamless experience.
Perfect. Hey everyone, my name is Sneh Parmar, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Lucky. And I'm here to tell you a little bit about next-gen direct-to-consumer and what the future is going to look like moving forward. So everyone's familiar with like the basics of like retail, e-commerce, D2C, where it's been going, how it's been going. But what's really important is like to understand like how all of this started, like where the consumer purchasing behavior process started, how it's changed over the past few decades, and where it's going to go down the line. So we'll take it from the very beginning. In the past, what it really existed was retail. It's really how people started buying products. It's really where the only place people could buy products. There's a few major retailers that we all know that started these chains across the nation and then around the world. You'd go to these stores, you would look for all the products in person, you pick up what you want, and then you check out. It was labor intensive. It was extremely costly for these retailers to get products in-house. It was time consuming for the consumer to actually go out and like figure out what they want. And honestly, it was a growing experience because at that time, as a consumer, you didn't really know what was going to be there. There was no digital touch point. All it was like, hey, I hope I go to the store and I'll be able to see what's actively available right then and there. And we all hoped our products that we wanted were there. If not, well, tough luck. We'd have to keep moving forward. And that's really where retail started. So now, or presently, there's retail and e-commerce. So basically what this changed to is like, there's still retailers heavily involved in everything we do in terms of what we buy, how we buy. Majority of all transactions and products that are bought are still retail focused. Yeah, there's new growth happening in e-commerce for the past 2 decades, I would say, where consumer behavior is shifting. We're now seeing that it's easier to buy products online and letting it just come to our doorstep. It's more convenient for us, it's easier for us, and we can do it all from the proximity of our bed or our living room. We can tell exactly what products are available right then and there, and we're able to know the capacity of what we can buy there and what can be shipped to us in real time. But a clear distinction in e-commerce today and D2C is that e-commerce was really built in the early days for retail. So it was retail e-commerce. So it was these retailers are already selling brick and mortar stores. They're offering solutions online for consumers to buy directly from them. And where it would come from, it would come directly from their warehouses. And there were still complexities and issues there with retail and e-commerce because as an organization, they were always competing. What they were looking for was like, hey, if we invest in one, we're not investing in the other. And that was the misconception there. And that's really come to affect the industry overall because of like this new generation of consumers with millennials and Gen Z really, really interested in D2C. So today, what is happening is now as a consumer, when you're interested in buying something, you go to a brand, and that's what direct-to-consumer has become. There's so many brands out there that consumers relate to or are interested in or learning from. And these brands are very, very incentivized to own the entire consumer journey. They want you to buy directly from their websites to gather the data. They want to know exactly how you feel when you buy, what points do you drop off from the purchase journey, all of this. And the only way they can get that data is if they buy directly through their websites. And what's interesting is even though direct-to-consumer brands have been exploding, there's been a lot of issues for them to like reach profitability and scale overall because of the way the system works. Right now, a D2C brand, they launch online. They are able to personalize the online experience, and they're very good at that. They know exactly what you're going to engage with, exactly how you engage with, and where you come from. So they can tailor the content, the messaging, and even the rewards and offers to you in real time. But what's difficult for them is that they only have that one channel through sell-through, and all the other avenues through which their products are available, they have no access to. So D2C brands, at one point, they're eventually going to start doing distribution across retail or wholesale or other online channels. But as soon as they do that, the complexities in their supply chain, the complexities in terms of the personalization of the unified experience goes away. They no longer have that control. And because of that, a lot of these D2C brands are now hesitant on moving forward with like different larger e-commerce platforms out there because they no longer control that consumer journey, and they no longer make the same margin as they would on their own brand's website. As a consumer, we've started shifting away from buying retailers or even retail e-commerce because we as a consumer realized we're closely affiliated and have an affinity towards the brands themselves. And because of that, we go to a D2C brand, or if we're on your mobile device, shopping around a city, whether you're at home, whatever you're doing, and you're just browsing through these brands. And if you like something, you're just gonna buy it off their website. And one of the issues that lies there is like, you buy it there, and it might take you a week maybe for that product to arrive. It might be expensive for you to get it shipped to you because that brand might be on the other side of the world for all you know. But what's interesting is through all these retail distributions, all these e-commerce retailers and channels out there, majority of these brands are already so proliferated throughout these networks that you can majority of the time find that product that you're looking for from that D2C brand in a store near you. But just as a consumer, you're not aware of that. You have no insight there. It's not personalized to you to buy it locally because as a brand or as a D2C brand, you're not incentivized to make that consumer make that purchase near them because you make no margin. And that's kind of where everything that was happening in the industry just got sped up with COVID and the lockdown. You were already starting to see this decline of revenue from brick and mortar stores. Not because brick and mortar stores are going to go away. Retail is going to be there forever. It's just going to change in the way that the model works. It's no longer going to be about like, hey, I'm going to go buy, as a retailer, I'm going to go buy wholesale products from these brands, stock them into my stores, and then hopefully consumers come by and buy those products because they're just searching and looking for products. That model is going to go away because now it's so much more convenient to buy online. It's so much more easier to buy online. And as a consumer, like I said, you're going to want to buy a brand, not a retail product. So what the philosophy is now is as consumers evolve, as consumers become more and more used to buying products online, especially with like the quarantine, everyone starts buying products online, especially with the groceries, for example. You're seeing a huge uptick in consumers buying groceries online and just getting delivered to their place. And that's the same thing that's going to happen with products. Consumers are going to want to buy products online, but if they knew that product was available to them, near them, or it was available to them in a store near them, or it could be shipped to them from that same store within a matter of hours versus days, then the whole process changes. What's going to happen with these different retailers is that these, instead of just becoming places where they buy products and hold inventory and hopefully it sells over time, they're going to become these micro distribution sites for these D2C brands and become channels that act as a supplement or a complementary experience to the online channels. And that's kind of what the future of next gen D2C looks like. It's going to be a combination of retail plus e-commerce, which is like retail focused online purchasing and direct to consumer buying. We as consumers are going to transition closer and closer to buying brands off their own websites. So D2C is going to own that specific aspect of how we buy. What these other two channels are going to doing is they're going to help complement the D2C purchasing experience. And if they do it right, then they all win. Brands are always going to be incentivized to control the consumer journey because that's where they learn about their consumers. That's where they want all the information. The data is super important to them. But the cost for D2C to be only D2C to grow to a certain extent gets capped. After a certain point, they know they have to start doing distribution across retailers or wholesalers or other online channels and forming partnerships that way. And that's the only way for them to continue evolving. And the way it's going to look is these retailers are going to go to these D2C brands and vice versa. And they're actually going to create a mutually beneficial experience. Or a beneficial experience versus the way it was done previously. Is like, hey, no, if you buy through retail, if it's the same product that a D2C brand is selling, the brand makes no margin or revenue off that product in retail. And that's just the way it's been going. The incentives have been completely misaligned up until now. But now with this fundamental shift, we're starting to see this changing. And that's where we're trying to help focus in on and change. What we want to do is enable these retailers to have these products from all these great D2C brands that consumers are already buying. Consumers are already buying online. That's the way they want to buy. But now, as a consumer buys on a D2C's channel, as soon as the purchase occurs or as the purchase is occurring, they're now informed. Like, hey, we see you're buying this product. You can buy it online, and it might take it may take a week. 7 days is about the average time for a product to arrive. For it to come, or check out where all these products are near you, like with our own brand. So they can basically route a consumer like, hey, do you want to pick it up from that retailer that's near you right now? And you can go pick it up in like 30 minutes, which is a few blocks away from you or a few miles away from you. And you can just like pick it up on the spot, or you can even get it delivered from that retailer right then and there. So the supply chain process becomes so much easier because now as a brand, you're so much closer to every single one of your customers than you were before. And the experience is so much better. And that drop off you used to get of like people like, hey, like the shipping and handling is too high, or the time delay in terms of when I work the product is too long, goes away. Now you're able to get that product in real time within the same day or within the next day. And on the flip side, as a retailer, you're for the first time, since you're looking at all these different models, because like you're realizing there's a fundamental shift in how consumers buy, you're willing to give these brands the margin back on their own products if they drive that purchase. Because as a retailer, you didn't have to do any of the marketing. You didn't have to do any of the actual processing, all that. The brand drove that customer to you. So if let's say that customer wants to pick it up in store, you just got in-store traffic, which is great for a retailer. Now, 7 times out of 10, that consumer's gonna buy multiple products, which is where you'll make the money. Vice versa, if it's just shipping directly from the retailer to the consumer from that brand's website, then now you have an opportunity to upsell that consumer digitally. Like, hey, it's coming from this retailer. Do you want to add any of these other products to your cart as soon as you're before you end the purchase? So that's where a retailer can make their margin. On top of that, now the retailers also have the opportunity to make money on the shipping process itself, because all these retailers have started developing 2-hour deliveries, their own operational systems on the back end, but they're not being utilized to the full extent because as a consumer, you're not the first thing when you think of when you're thinking of buying a product or something that you're interested in, for example, like shoes, for example, or a toothbrush, you're going to go to the brand that you feel affinity towards. You're going to the brand that you like, and you're going to go off their website and buy. But what's frustrating to me as a consumer up until now is like this comes from first-hand experience. I bought a product online once. Then I went to this retailer and I saw the exact product there, and I was like, interesting. Like this product was already within walking distance of where I lived, but it's taking a week to come to me from a warehouse that's across like a couple different states. And that was fundamentally wrong because like that's just the way the retail partnerships worked with brands, and that's how retail e-commerce worked previously as well. They would only sell what's in the store for their own benefit, and brands off their own D2C websites would only sell what's online directly through their supply chain because that's where they benefited. There was never that combination or like link coming together to create a full ecosystem. And that's what we're trying to do. And that's where we see the future of D2C becoming a place where as a consumer, the only goal for the brand should be is to make sure you buy their product. As a consumer, I should be able to buy when, where, how I want to buy the product. So if it's in the middle of the night, if it's during the day while I'm walking down the street on my mobile device and I buy that product, I should be able to know like right then and there, like, hey, okay, you just bought this product. Do you want to pick it up in real time, like within like the next 10 minutes by yourself by just going to that store near that comes on your way to your office or to your house? Or do you just want to get it shipped in the next couple hours, or it'll be there tomorrow morning because it's going to come from a few blocks away versus like hundreds of miles? And with this ecosystem being built and a true unification of like D2C brands, retail, and e-commerce, these organizations and brands will finally be able to drive consumers to in-store or online purchases, which makes the experience better for a consumer because now they have a choice. You can do very, very location-specific rewards because like now, as you know where consumers are buying products from, you can tell them like, hey, you can go to this store near you, or we have a pop-up store right there that has those products available to check it out. And there's a seamless flow across all channels. So no matter if you're in the store buying a product, you'll be able to buy the product off your device right then and there, and it can get shipped to you directly from that store, or you'll just like pick it up right then and there, which makes it such an easier process. And as a consumer, now you start to realize like, hey, the experience is the exact same no matter where I buy. Online has been able to do a very good job of personalizing the experience right now because they control so many data points. Retail has been slowly getting there, but it's the disparity in terms of experiences ruins the ability for a consumer to buy in the moment because there's too many different stimuluses coming at them at the same time. You need to make it so familiar for them to buy your product, no matter where they are, when, or how, that they buy your product. So the future of this entire process is really about how people are going to move forward with connecting these brands with these different retailers out there. And the organizations, companies that do so is going to change how this landscape works. And at the end of the day, whether it's a retail site, if it's an e-commerce retailer, or even a direct-to-consumer brand, the end goal should be to make the experience as good as possible for the consumer. And that's what's really important. The consumer should be the focal point of any decision made by these brands or retailers. Like, how can we make their journey better? How can we make their experience better? And what can we do to make sure that they buy from us? If you make it extremely simple, if you make it extremely personalized with the messaging, content, and knowing exactly what a consumer wants in the moment, and if you play by the way their behavior is shifting, then you'll win. Consumers have already started moving in this direction, and I think brands have started realizing that. Retailers are now starting to realize that. But with the combination of all three, you'll be able to create this perfect omnichannel ecosystem where now, as a brand, no matter where your products are, the consumer is able to receive it and or buy it from the closest location to them. And that's what's really beautiful about buying that product in real time. It's enabling any brand to be able to create a ecosystem, a supply chain, an experience that the largest brands in the world, the largest retailers in the world have done so, but giving that ability to any D2C brand. And I think that's what's amazing. It's giving every brand opportunity to become that great organization where now you take away all the guesswork from like how to get the product to the consumer or how the experience is. You just make sure that the consumer buys your product and making a great product. And that simplifies the entire ecosystem there. Yep. Yeah, so thank you guys so much for listening into this talk. I really hope you got some information out, like the next gen D2C, where everything's going. Feel free to reach out to me if you want to learn more about what we're doing to enable this ecosystem as we move forward at stay@luckylabs.io or reach out through PSFK. Thank you guys so much. Thanks, Jeff and Piers, for having us.
Hi, everyone. Really excited for this next talk. I'm joined by Natalie Monbio. Natalie is a business strategy lead for Hour One, and she's going to talk to us about synthetic characters. Consumer experience is now primarily digital, accelerating the need for better and more human ways to communicate brand and product messages online. These synthetic characters, which are based on real humans, are scaled with AI. Brand content at scale featuring real people and offers businesses the ability to engage with customers at their digital storefronts in a more personalized and human way. I've asked Natalie if I can indeed have my own synthetic character for PSFK. We'll see about that, but excited to have her present with us today.
Mm-hmm. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much, Jeff, for that introduction. Indeed, we can put you, certainly have you up to become a character in the near future. So delighted to be talking about Hour One and digital humans as store associates. Now, this might seem a little bit left field as a topic, what have digital humans got to do with retail? But as I hope you'll see as we go along, that there is quite a bit of relevance, and it ties in nicely to some of the previous talks, especially the one from Microsoft earlier, which kind of pointed out some friction in the e-commerce journey, which often falls down at the point of consumer experience. So just quickly, who are we? We are a small team, a startup with R&D based in Tel Aviv, and business based in New York, which is the part that I lead. And we are serving customers in the US and globally. And actually today in the chat supporting all of us, we have Oren, who is our co-founder and CEO. So you can ask him all the difficult questions as well as we go along. So first of all, what are digital humans as Hour One has concocted them? And first of all, I will say that they are actually based on real human beings. There are humans behind our digital humans. However, what you see is completely generated by AI. And rather than have me kind of belabor the description, why don't we have our first video, which will feature two of our characters introducing themselves and Hour One.
Have you heard about synthetic characters made by artificial intelligence featuring real people? More than likely you haven't yet, since it just became possible. AI-generated video is a powerful way of communicating with customers in a personal, engaging, and cost-effective way. What's even crazier is that Hour One has built a platform so you can start doing that today. Want to give it a go? I will be happy to assist. And yes, of course, I am a synthetic character as well.
So hopefully that video gave you a bit of a flavor of our characters, and I can explain a little bit further what's happening there. So these are two characters on our platform who are available for hire immediately. They are also based on real human beings, and what we do is we create a digital double of these humans who license their likeness so that retailers, businesses can borrow them to feature them in their product listings and sales materials and on the e-commerce platforms. And these real people behind the characters actually get a micropayment when their likeness gets used by businesses. So in a way, we're kind of an extension of the gig economy. So our characters are so human that they pass a version of the Turing test. So we're just going to play this quick video. And what and you can guess which ones are real and which ones are digital. So half of them are actually real capture and half of them are actually digital capture. So you can write in the comments if you've got any good guesses, but you should see which ones are revealed as real in a moment. So what is the point in wanting to make these characters as real as possible? It's because of the problem that we aim to solve. And this is a point that has been addressed in previous conversations already today, that customer experience when it comes to e-commerce is really lacking. And this is incredibly important, especially as we find ourselves in an all digital landscape, where we cannot rely as much on an omni-channel experience, and where we need to improve our digital experience so that it is accounting for some of the in-person store assistant experiences that you would have in a store. So there is a need and a desire for accelerated digital transformation and advanced user experience when it comes to digital and e-commerce. We know that personalization is key to eliminating a lot of the embarrassment of choice and a lot of the friction in the consumer journey, but it's really hard typically and expensive to produce and scale a personalized video. There is an increasing need for human connection as we seek to replicate the person-to-person in-store experience, and it's now more urgent than ever, but even harder still to execute and maintain. So we believe that we're building a solution to this problem, which is human engagement at scale. So how do we do that? We make it super easy to create human-centric video and to make it scalable and cost-effective. And we do it entirely remotely using AI. So once we've got a little bit of footage of the real person, the real characters on our platform, we can then update content, create new content sort of endlessly using our AI. So there's no need to gather a crew or gather in a studio or even set foot on location. We make it really personable and professional. As I mentioned, our characters are actually based on humans. And as you can see from our Turing test, we're always striving to give them the most human likeness possible so that they can be very relatable to our customers. And they're always consistently on brand, they're always available, and they have no bad hair days, which is a plus on us real humans. So what do? We are a digital human platform enabling one-to-one communication at scale. So we do actually work with a number of different verticals, but retail and e-commerce marketplaces are a huge opportunity. And we think that there is a lot of opportunity to upgrade those experiences. Oh, I thought that I was doing. I apologize. I am going to just share my screen here. Okay. Great. So I understand that I have been presenting without a presentation, but hopefully it's all been quite clear so far. So how does it all work? It works very simply. So once we have these digital humans or synthetic characters, as we call them, what customers do is they just need to submit batches of text and to our platform, and we convert those batches of text into video presented by the synthetic characters or the digital humans of choice. And I should also explain that customers can pick from an array of digital humans who are already on our platform and are ready to go. There's also possibilities to bring your own human to the platform, and we can capture them if that is a need. So we convert huge batches of text, sometimes in the order of thousands a week, into individual videos that can fit every a video for every product message, for every target audience. We truly specialize in speed and scale and efficiency of creating these premium videos. So I've sort of talked a lot about how human our characters are, and that is really important because there are human cues that enable better communication. Just the nature of feeling like you're being communicated with, communicated to by a human being is really important. However, we also at the same time appreciate that we have a huge responsibility in launching this emerging technology to market. And we really want to signal that the video is synthetic. So we use a watermark, which is unbranded, altered visuals, which appears in all of our videos that are used commercially, just to signpost that that video has been synthesized. And we believe it doesn't take away from the experience at all, because the experience is improved by the very nature of there being a more personalized, human and engaging experience that we know that customers appreciate. So let's jump into a couple of examples in retail and how we're using our synthetic characters. So here is one video.
Toshiba Fire TV Edition, a smarter TV, is finally here. Toshiba HD Smart TV is a new generation of television featuring the Fire TV experience built in and includes a voice remote with Alexa. Toshiba delivers a superior TV experience that gets smarter every day and access to all the movies and TV shows you love. The voice remote with Alexa lets you do everything you'd expect from a remote, plus search for titles, play music, switch inputs, control smart home devices, and more using just your voice. Smart but simple in every way. Just plug it in, connect to Wi-Fi, and enjoy.
Great. So what you saw in that video is basically a presentation of that Toshiba Fire TV Edition. So normally you would just see a usual product listing, which is text, bullet points, quite a lot of information. It's quite difficult to process, along with some static imagery. What we did in this case is we ingested all of that information from the product page, and we converted that into video presented by a synthetic character to provide an experience that is more informative and more engaging than the usual. So that's one example in the electronic space. We'd also like to show you a video for an automotive use case.
The 2018 Civic carries over unchanged from last year's model. For 2017, the Civic Si returned after a 2-year hiatus following on the heels of Honda's complete redesign of the Civic for the 2016 model year. Noteworthy changes include the ousting of the VTEC, the addition of turbo, and the expansion of interior room. It has great acceleration thanks to a turbocharged motor with more readily available torque. Superb handling makes the CI a genuine pleasure to drive, and it has stellar fuel mileage for a car this fun. That said, it has limited adjustability in seats, and awkward pedal positioning makes it less comfortable for long trips, and its excessively light clutch takes some getting used to.
Great, and so that's an example of how we have grabbed the content, the text-based and image-based content, again, from a product listing and converted that into video. And we can do this at enormous scale. As I kind of mentioned before, we are producing, in some cases, thousands of individual videos like this per week on behalf of customers. It's a capability that we believe hasn't been possible before. You wouldn't think that you could have a video presentation by a spokesperson for these types of scenarios. I should also say that we're demoing it in this case with one character. You can also pick from an array of characters to have a diverse representation of different characters to meet your consumers where they are and to connect with them in the most relatable way. So we're actually in market right now and have been for about the last 9 months with a used car marketplace. And I won't play this video as well because we just saw an automotive video. But what we're finding in this space is that actually our videos are driving ROI at quite a staggering incremental. So in this case, the customer is seeing a 2.5x multiple on listings that have our video. So we're really here in the business of creating a better customer experience, but then also better performance on behalf of our customers. So last video of the day from me, just to show you, we actually can also personalize videos for different languages. So we serve a global market, and we can also customize videos for like Hispanic consumers based in the US. We're very flexible in that respect. And we'll just play this video just to show you this synthetic character. She does not speak German in real life, but she is speaking German here. And this is a demo that we did for H&M.
Hallo, ich zeige euch heute meine Lieblinge von der aktuellen H&M-Kollektion. Der Frühling ist da und bald beginnt die Festivalsaison. H&M hat hierfür zusammen mit der US-amerikanischen Sängerin Justine Skye eine limitierte Festivalkollektion entworfen. Farblich stechen vor allem die roten Kollektionsteile raus, welche mit ausgefallenen Schnitten und sanften Materialien ideal geeignet sind, um auf dem Festivalgelände aufzufallen.
Great. So what's next at Hour One? What can you expect from us? Well, we're in the process of creating thousands of characters and a really diverse range of characters that you can just go onto the platform and select from, and they're ready to go. And we're actually launching a mobile app to make capture really easy. And this is something that Jeff, I think, was referring to. He's in the queue to be captured as a character via the mobile app, which will launch later this year. And more character development, so more body capture, more emotion, more movement, and also more personalization through new frameworks, such as conversational frameworks as well. You can also expect enormous speed and scale. So our video production window is shrinking all the time, and increased scale as well. So that is everything from me. Thank you very much for spending the time to listen.
Natalie, that was fantastic. Thank you so much. Great to hear from Hour One. I think that people really loved that tech based on what I could see in the YouTube chat. Everyone stay tuned. We're taking a break for roughly 20 minutes, and then we will be back with, I believe, Jonathan Foster from Microsoft. He's going to talk to us about some more tech related to Cortana. So some more voice-driven AI. Very exciting stuff. See you soon.